I'm going to start off slow with Crown Royal and brown sugar bourbon just because I don't want to go too heavy. I want to be somewhat coherent.
All right. Well, let's see how it works out for you. I do believe that we're live. Good evening, everyone. I think we've started a little bit early this evening, but we were so eager to kick off with it, we just thought, fuck it, we'll just get going and start talking. So I'm joined this evening by Danquish, the inventor of the legendary drunk saber, and a big fan of the movie Aliens. So thank you very much for joining me, sir. How are you this evening?
I am doing very well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm glad to be here, and yeah, I'm excited to be talking about a movie that I actually like for a change. It makes a difference. But yeah, we were kind of exchanging emails and stuff about this, and obviously we're both fans of Aliens, and it just seems like the logical thing to do to come together and have a chat about it. But first
Absolutely.
of all, before we go any further, you were mentioning what you were drinking there. What did you say you were going to go for during this discussion?
I want to be somewhat coherent as I discuss this movie, so I'm going to go a little bit milder and start with some Crown Royal and some Heritage brown sugar bourbon mixed with some Canada Dry bold ginger ale.
Excellent stuff. Sounds
With
all
a,
right to me.
I've got the bottle of the American Oak right here, so I'll crack that open a little later. Let's
Good
just
stuff.
see, let's see how hard I can get.
Yeah, I've still got some of that. It's Auchentoshan, isn't it?
It is.
The American Oak one. Yeah, I've still got some of
Absolutely.
mine left.
I have to confess, though, at your recommendation, we got ourselves a bottle of Lagavulin 16 for New Year's Eve this year. We thought the drinker recommends this, so let's do it. And I don't think we did it right. So it's like, oh man, I think I dove a little bit in too deep on that one.
Yeah,
So
you got to take it slow with these malts. They are they can be heavy going.
Yeah.
With me, for myself, I actually like to put in a bit of water. Just mix it in like about half and half.
Okay.
You don't sacrifice the flavor, but then it's just slightly mellower, and it's a little easier to drink. And then you don't lose your eyesight quite so quickly.
Well, that actually reminds me. Before there is a movie that we watched. It's called. It's about Scotch, and it's on Amazon Prime, and I think you would absolutely love it because it talks about all of the major distilleries in Scotland, and it talks about the origin of Scotch and Scotch: A Golden Dream. That's what it's called.
Oh, okay.
And it was a fantastic watch. My wife was completely enthralled with it. And just there's a guy in there who's got the most transcendent accent we have ever heard. And it's very informative and quite fascinating how they've come up with this. So,
yeah, oh, excellent stuff. Yeah, you can be a bit hit and miss with Scottish accents. Like it depends what part of the country you go to. If you head over Glasgow way, it can be a little bit hard on the ears. But then you get up into the Highlands and it just goes completely bonkers. Like
right.
By the time you get up to the Western Isles, like you're practically a different language. But
well, then you need a translator, I guess.
There's times when I'm up there and like you're chatting away to people and you're like, yeah, okay, I think I understand what you're saying, but
wait, what? Oh,
yeah.
But as far as accents go, like obviously we're a fan of the Critical Drinker. I'm thinking we would pay top dollar if we could get the Critical Drinker as a GPS voice for our phones, because we're like, when we were laughing about the lightsaber in the car, we were thinking, how awesome would it be if the drinker was the voice on our GPS, so that when we're like navigating around town or something, be like, turn right up and fuck no. Oh,
you've arrived at your destination. Go away now.
Oh, see, seriously? Okay, I need a recording of that, and I'm going to write that
down. Yeah. I'll see what I can do on that front.
All right.
But yeah, so obviously we came to have a little chat here about Aliens.
Yes.
I think it's nice to be able to chat about a movie that we both enjoyed, and that we can kind of contrast it with some of the later entries in the series. Obviously, it was James Cameron who directed. It was done in the height of the 1980s when gung-ho action was all the thing, and it was pretty much awesome in every way.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think for myself, God, I can't even remember how old I was when I first saw it, but it could only have been about 8 or 9 years old. Like,
really?
probably
Okay.
totally inappropriate for me, but you know,
No,
it's
it's
one of those
completely.
things where like maybe my dad had recorded it or something, and I've managed to find the tape for it and just watched it, and it scared the shit out of me. I thought it was great.
Oh
You know?
yeah. I well, I too. I mean, I was too young to see it in the theater, but my older brother went and saw it with his friends, and then when he came back that night, actually he had seen it at a double feature where they had done The Fly and Aliens as a double feature thing, and so it was like, holy shit, that you're going really all in. And I was so jealous because I wanted to see this movie. You'd seen the trailers on TV, and so I had to wait until it came out on VHS, and then I watched both Alien and Aliens at the same time.
Yeah.
Uh, and yeah, it just completely changed my life. As soon as the pulse rifle came on, it's like, what the hell is that? That is amazing.
Yeah,
So,
it's so rare. Like when you get kind of futuristic weapons in
mhm.
sci-fi movies, you're either going to get laser guns or something, which are completely unexciting to watch, or
Yeah.
you're going to get like they've basically just taken a regular assault rifle and they've
Mm-hmm.
glued a bunch of really stupid looking stuff to it. So you
Mm-hmm.
end up with something that's like, heavier than any normal human could lift if it wasn't made out of
Exactly.
plastic.
Yeah.
So it looks ridiculous. But with the pulse rifle, it actually looks like a convincing weapon. It looks like
Oh,
it's
for
well
sure.
balanced and well put together. And it looks rugged. Like you could drop this thing on the ground and it would be totally fine to keep
Mm-hmm.
working, that's what kind of impressed me about it. And the fact that it was made out of a Tommy gun, of all
Oh,
things,
yeah.
like a gun that's like 100 years old.
Exactly. But it was James Cameron's like just eye for detail and also his artistic skill. Like he designed, the concept, and then the shroud that goes around it is very James Cameron if you look at his overall design aesthetic.
Hmm.
But it works well. And I think I emailed you just the other day to say I just finished building my second pulse rifle. So I know every detail of this thing, down to every last bit of it. And so but every time I work on it, I just have to appreciate the inspiration that he had to put this together. Because, like you said, it was built around a Tommy gun, but then to graft on the cool looking cage from a Spaz 12 shotgun, and then blend it all together with this shroud, and it comes out looking like you said, a gun that you could probably actually use. It
Hmm.
doesn't look unwieldy. It's the sound effects were absolutely amazing. The digital counter on the side serves no purpose other than to dazzle the audience. But
Hmm.
holy shit, that influenced movies and games ever since then.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many elements that in that film that they work as a sort of tension building device, like the ammo
Mm-hmm.
counter on the side of the gun, so you kind of know
Mm-hmm.
how close they are to running out.
Yeah.
The motion sensor where you get that pinging sound, and it
Oh
starts to get
man.
closer and closer together, and it gets more urgent, and you're like, shit, this is like you just see all these blobs of movement like closing
Yeah.
in on you. Again, a brilliant way of building up the tension within the movie.
Oh yeah.
Someone has mentioned in the chat there that the smart gun was cooler. Weirdly, that was based around a
Yes.
really old gun as well. That was like an MG42 mounted
Oh,
on a
absolutely.
Steadicam.
That is still on my bucket list. My wife and I, we would go to a convention called Dragon Con every year in Georgia, and there is a whole contingent of just cosplayers and fans who would just form their own squad. And one guy meticulously built a smart gun, and of course the Steadicam harness goes for around 10 or 12 grand. So he built his completely from scratch, and it was dead perfect. And it was just a fantastic piece. But again, yeah, you're right. It was built around an old German machine gun that James Cameron then kludged a bunch of Kawasaki Ninja motorcycle parts to, and
Yeah,
then you're just like, what the hell? That's awesome.
that is
Um,
that is. Brilliant. I know with things like the armor that the
mhm.
Marines wear in the movie, when they were designing it, the props people came to them and they produced like a suit of armor, like a prototype, and it had like
Mhm.
loads of things attached to it, like it was meant to be really technological
Sure.
and really advanced looking, like it's almost like they're synthetic partly.
Yeah.
James Cameron apparently took one look at it and he's like, yeah, but it needs to be something that can actually take a kick in. So he's
Oh
like,
yeah.
but he goes to Bill Paxton. He's like, hey, Bill, go and put this on.
Yeah.
Run down the corridor here and see if you can break it. So
Uh huh.
Bill puts it on, runs down, like kind of moves from side to side to slam into the walls, and like half the stuff falls off it.
Yeah.
And then when he comes back, James Cameron just looks at it and he's like, okay, like produce me something that can withstand that.
Exactly.
Because that's what it needs to be able to do. It needs to look like it's actually tough.
Mm-hmm.
And I just love that. I love that attention to detail. A different director would have been like, man, it looks cool. That'll do.
Nah, it'll be fine.
Yeah, that'll be fine. So yeah, that was that kind of attention to detail, and the fact that everything kind of feels like it's worn in and it's been used, and it's kind of these are like real troops. But I guess sorry, on you go.
I was just going to say, you have to take into account also that this is circa 1986, and so you didn't have the benefit of CG, so all of this stuff was practical. So those, you couldn't just throw Vaseline on the lens and give it to the studio to do CG armor over top. It all had to work. The practical special effects, the model building. The only thing that doesn't really hold up today is when the dropship is coming down from the Sulaco and it's flying over the clouds. That little compositing.
Bit of green screen there, I think.
But you let it go. Clear. Because the rest of the movie, the pacing in it is just so absolutely fantastic.
What I was going to say then is if we kind of kick off from the beginning of the movie, I guess, and kind of work our way through it, and we can talk about how it kind of is put together. Because there's definitely elements of it, like the script and stuff, like aside even from the action, it's actually really well written.
Yes,
so
for sure.
I guess it was kind of an interesting one to pick up from Alien, 7 years after that movie came out, to then say, right, we're going to do a sequel to this, and we need to kind of think up some kind of compelling story for it. So, obviously, it's Ripley is picked up in the lifeboat from the Nostromo, and she's brought back, and she discovers that she's actually been in hypersleep for 57 years rather than 6 months or whatever she was planning on. So, like straight away you're hit with this whammy of like, okay, well, everyone that is probably dead by now. And if you actually watch the extended edition, like you find out that she actually had a daughter. Which I actually think is quite cool because it explains her relationship with Newt a little bit more. But you find out that she'd left a daughter back on Earth who'd ultimately grown old and died while she was in hypersleep. And that just hits her like a ton of bricks, obviously.
Something about the director's cut. I am sad that the theatrical cut was what people got to see in the theater, and I mean that was my first exposure to Aliens when I first saw it, and then it wasn't until a few years later, or several years later actually, that the director's cut came out, and it was filled with scenes just like that where we were like, holy crap, why was this cut? This is so vital to the story, and in regards to establishing Ellen Ripley as the character that she is, that scene with her crying in front of Burke when she says, I promised I would be home for her birthday, her 11th, and then she breaks down, and then it cuts to her in front of these corporate assholes, and she's got her shit together, she's gotten over it because she knows what she needs to do, but that grief, that wound is still there, and Sigourney Weaver does such a good job of it later on when she's having another extended scene when they're in that room and she's putting Newt down for a nap, and she goes, did you ever have a daughter? Yes, I did. I had a little girl. Well, where is she? She's gone. And then Newt, as an innocent child would say, is like, you mean dead? And Sigourney Weaver's response to that was so like emotive, like, but she doesn't let her grief, she doesn't pour her grief out onto this new little girl. It's stuff like that is just brilliant.
I mean, to jump ahead completely, just for this one little moment, the scene right at the end where Ripley is able to rescue Newt and get her back onto the dropship so they can escape, and Newt like puts her arms around her and calls her mummy. And Ripley kind of breaks down at that moment a little bit, but then it puts that into so much better context when you realize, like, okay, well, she had a daughter of her own and lost her,
Yes.
and now you've got this little girl who's become a surrogate daughter,
Yep.
calling her mum.
Yep.
It works really well. I think it's good. I presume a lot of these things were just cut for pacing issues and just to try and bring the runtime down.
Which is a shame, because it's just like, now you can't watch the theatrical cut and be like, this is a complete movie. It's totally missing so many of these key scenes. Like there's even a scene when they're established, like when the Sulaco has left, and the camera just sort of pans through the deck, and you see the lockers and all that kind of stuff, and it just gives you a glimpse in regards to, hey, what's life like on this ship.
Yeah.
It establishes character of all of these Marines without having to go into long exposition. You see the locker with some girly pictures on it. It's just, you realize that these are a bunch of soldiers.
So she obviously gets picked up and she's brought back for a debriefing. She is in the midst of being told this stuff in like the hospital, and that's when she has a chest burster incident,
which is amazing.
It's really good. I always remember that bit because you get this close up of her cat that starts hissing at her like it can sense that something's wrong, and I just remember that always freaked me out for some reason. Just the fact that this animal knew that something horrific was about to happen, but no one else did.
Well, the cat's probably having flashbacks, because that's the same cat that saw. What's it? Not Parker. Not Parker. The first guy, Harry Dean Stanton. Why am I drawing a blank?
Ash?
Chat, help me out.
No, shit.
He was the first. Parker, Lambert,
Brett.
Ash. Brett. Thank you. He's like saying, "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty," and then the cat sees the alien descend down from the chains and pull him up. And I need to call out Harry Dean Stanton for doing like the best theatrical scream of all time when he gets pulled up, and then it stops. But this cat is obviously traumatized. Here we go again with this shit.
Yeah, fucking hell, not again. But fortunately, it's all a dream, so it's okay.
I love it when I watched the movie with some coworkers once, and they did some little side commentary, and I challenge you to get this out of your head next time you watch it. But it's like, when she's in front of the board, and they're like, and then she loses her cool, and she says, if one of those things gets down here, that will be all. Then all of this bullshit that you think is so important, and you see this hand reaching out from.
Yes, I was trying to stop her. It's just like my TPS report.
Hey, that's my bullshit. That's what he's probably saying. And then when she accepts the mission, and she looks over at the cat and says, "And this time, you little shithead, you're staying here," and then the cat kind of looks around. You could put a little thought bubble above the cat's head and have it say, "You're fucking right, I'm staying here. Like shit, I'm not going to that again."
Yeah, I did like that though. It was a nice little callback to the fact that she had to risk her life to go back and save that cat in the first movie, and it's like, I'm not going to go in that situation again. Although ironically, she has to go and risk her life to go back and save someone else this time around, so she's put into the same situation. But it's it's a cool little bit. I like that.
I mean, you could argue that Aliens follows the same type of plot as the original Alien, but hell, so does Back to the Future, and people still love that. So, why not?
Yeah. I think the thing that worked better for me in Aliens, as opposed to the first one, is that in the first one, there was no clear way for them to get out. For the most part, they were stuck on the ship. They had to. Their goal was to just find a way to neutralize this alien or kill it or whatever. Right. Whereas this time around, they're not really trying to hunt down this thing. They are trying to get the hell out of there before the place blows up.
Exactly.
And that becomes their objective that they're working towards, and they're on a time limit, which I think it fits really well with the fact that it's an action movie and it's fast paced, and that's what they need to do. Mm-hmm. The first one was much more like, they are stuck there, and their only option is to try and find a way to kill this thing, and they get increasingly desperate as they start to lose more people. Right. I prefer the second way of doing things, because you give them a clearer goal there that they're working towards, and you put a time limit on it, so it's quite cool.
Well, I remember a friend of mine calling it out when we were watching the movie once, the scene when they first land on LV-426 and they're making their way to the door, and it's raining, and Ripley is standing there kind of like she pauses for a minute. And also when she's on the Sulaku and they're like loading up their gear, you can see, like, she doesn't actually verbalize it, but you can tell that maybe she's feeling a little bit optimistic because these people they've got the equipment, you know, like she's thinking maybe we've got a chance this time. These people have no
Yeah.
idea what they're up against, but hell, back, when we were on the Nostromo, we didn't have all of this gear, so maybe we could actually pull this off.
I always got the impression, like at that stage in the movie, when she's, again, we're jumping ahead a little bit, but it's cool.
Okay.
When she's met the Marines and they're gearing up to go down onto the planet, like she's kind of intimidated by them because they're like, full on gung ho. She's surrounded by guns and stuff like
Yes.
that, and stuff that she's not used to because she's basically a civilian. So I always got the impression at that point she's happy to just be at the back of the line kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, I am more than happy for you guys to go storming in and sort this out. I'm just here to kind of observe. And she's just kind of keeping her head down at that point. And it's only later when they get into trouble that she feels she's kind of compelled to do something.
Yes.
But she's not necessarily wanting to get involved in this.
Yeah.
But we find out, we'll kind of go back to this in a second, about she has obviously a reason for being here. She's not doing this particularly because she wants to. She has something to gain from it.
Yes.
But that's what we can cover in a sec. So she has this dream, obviously, of the chest burster, which is obviously a sign that she's suffering from PTSD, all that sort of thing. She's then called in to report in to the board about what actually happened aboard her ship. And as far as they're concerned, like, she's to blame. She sets the self-destruct of the Nostromo, and she's kind of taken the fall for this. Exactly. And they're not particularly interested in what she has to say about the alien or anything like that, which obviously puts her in a bind. She's kind of demoted to shitty work. And this is one thing I wanted to say actually and touch upon in terms of how well the script is written. She is her license to fly spacecraft, I guess, is revoked, so she can't do that anymore. She's forced to work in a loading dock to make money. And that's when she's approached by Burke, who's saying, look, we've lost contact with this colony that's out on that planet now. We're going to send a rescue mission out there to find out what happened. We want you to come along. And we know that, like, you're struggling at the moment and you're forced to work running loaders on the loading dock. And I was like, that's brilliant. It straight away, that establishes the fact that she knows how to operate one of these things that's going to be important later. It's like you're just setting that little bit of information there so that people know, okay, that's what she's been doing for the past however many weeks or months. She's been working doing this. Whereas nowadays, if you were to do a script like that, they wouldn't bother with any of that. She would just know how to do it. Right. Because they wouldn't bother to set these things up. They wouldn't take the time to explain that stuff. And I just think, it's a nice little callback to when scripts used to be, like, thoughtful and well written.
For sure. But it was also a nice little expose of, because Burke's conversation with her, there's a mild condescending kind of elitist tone to what he's saying. And she instantly takes offense to it without it being blown out of proportion. He's like, I hear you're working in the loading docks. Yeah, so what? No, nothing. There's nothing wrong with that, and then he pours himself another cup of coffee. But that not only does it establish what you just said, that she knows how to use these things, but it shows that she used to be a pilot and she's had to take what could considerably be like a downgrade just to get, just to make ends meet. And it just establishes, that part of her character, and then also what a conniving opportunist Burke is. So he's obviously, he's saying to her, like, we're going to do this rescue mission, and if you come with us and we're successful, then I can see to it that you get your license back and you can kind of go on with your life. So what you then have is kind of an interesting, like, sort of three-pronged reason for Ripley going along on this mission. One, she stands to benefit from it financially because she'll get her career back. Two, she sees it as a chance to, she's concerned for the colonists they've potentially all been killed by these aliens, or they're under attack. So she wants to help them. There is an element of that. So she does have a good reason for doing it. And three, as she says to Burke when she eventually decides to go, right, you're not going to, like, study these aliens. You're not going to try and bring them back. You're going to wipe them out. Mm-hmm.
because she sees that as a chance to exorcise that demon that's been haunting her ever since
For
then.
sure.
Like, he's been, having these nightmares and stuff. So it's interesting that you give your protagonist like 3 different reasons for doing something. One is kind of selfish, one is altruistic, and one is kind of revenge. So
Absolutely.
you give her like a more complex character, and it works. It works really well, I think. She's not
For sure.
perfect. She's not doing this out of the goodness of her heart.
Yeah.
But,
well, the prelude to that is that, because more exposition, obviously, but Burke, calls her out. Yeah, I know, I read it. You wake up every night, your sheets are soaking in sweat, and then she tells him to leave. But the next scene, she wakes up doing exactly that.
yeah.
And it's like, yeah, so that's why she has this change of heart.
Don't you think it's I was going to say as well, do you not think it's interesting that he's got access to her psychiatric reports?
Oh, yeah,
Like, that's not the sort of thing that he should be able to read, but like, because he's a company man and he's connected, again, it's just a subtle little, I've got the power to look this stuff up and find out your most, darkest secrets if I want to.
And then he pushes that button, and then it sets her off, obviously. I wanted to call out one thing, that it's literally blink and you will miss it. But when she does that call with him, and he's like, Ripley, are you okay? And she goes, you're going out there to destroy them, right? He said, you have my word on it. And then she says, okay, I'm in. Just before she pulls the card out to end the call, you can hear Burke is starting to say something. He says the 2 words, I think, and then she pulls the card out. And it's super, super subtle, but it's like, oh, if you would have caught that, you would have realized that, oh, you know what? Perhaps Burke has got some ulterior motive here, because he says, I give you my word, that this is what we're doing. Oh, okay, I'm in. And so she takes him for his word, but, she doesn't suspect that he's some opportunistic scoundrel.
Yeah. Well, I think, at that point in the story, Burke does come across as kind of a sympathetic guy. Like you say, he's maybe a little bit condescending, the fact that, he looks down on her job and stuff. But like, he seems like he genuinely wants to help. And I think it's partly how well he's played by the actor, and like how he's quite well written. He seems all right, like the kind of guy who's on her side. And obviously you find out he's not later. But so she agrees to go. And next scene, they're aboard the Sulaco, and they come out of their hypersleep, and that's when we get introduced to the Marines, which is an interesting scene.
Oh, jeez.
It's great to watch. Like, Al Matthews, who plays Apone, he was actually in the Marine Corps, and so he understands how sergeants would talk to their troops. And how it's a mixture of like encouragement and abuse that gets them going, and I think that's great. Like, he schooled James Cameron a little bit on the sort of dialogue he would use and all that, and it works great. Like, it seems natural.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they get out of hypersleep after however long it was, and the first thing he does is pops a cigar into his mouth.
Yeah,
like,
he's just got it there.
So obviously he was sleeping with this thing by his side, and you're just like, yeah, little bits of humor like that are fantastic.
Yeah, I love the dialogue from Hudson as well, where he's like, "Oh, the floor's fucking freezing." It's like, "What do you want me to fetch your slippers for you?"
Oh, would you, sir? I'd like that.
Yeah, he just goes like, "Look into my eye."
Come on.
Yeah, so that's like, I guess, when we get a chance to meet the rest of the characters in this movie, and I think there was. I was going to say one thing that struck me a little bit. Like, I know it's done for the reasons of like having a manageable number of people on board, but it's like there's probably only maybe a dozen Marines at most. There's not a lot of them, and it kind of seems like that's not a lot of people to send for a big rescue mission like this. Like, if they get into trouble, there's nobody to back them up. Like, I know obviously it has to be like that for the movie to work.
Sure. But again, they're operating from a place that because they treat Ripley's story obviously with nonchalance and flippance. They don't know. Like, Ripley's trying to convey to them just how dangerous this threat was, and again, this is all done with the acting and the pacing of it. But the whole comical scene with Vasquez of like, I only need to know one thing, and they're all like, yeah, whatever, we've done this kind of shit before, and plus we've got all of these great weapons, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
And Ripley's like, but you really won't be. Like, how can I convey this to you people?
Yeah. No, it's an interesting one. Like it's never really explained in the context of the movie whether they've fought alien beings before,
Right.
and they talk about, like, is this going to be a stand-up fight or another bug hunt, which I guess suggests that they've fought creatures like the aliens in the past and
Sure.
won.
Yeah, there's
Maybe
some
that's something
ambiguity
that they're
there.
kind of used. Yeah, so maybe they've got good reason to feel kind of confident, and
Hmm.
they've obviously got a lot of firepower at their disposal. So
Right.
maybe that's kind of enough for them. But
Okay.
this is, it was always something that kind of just struck me a little bit. It's like, you don't even have a platoon's worth of Marines here. That's not that many, especially for
Exactly.
such a massive ship that they're on. It's like, why is it so empty? Like,
Yeah. 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 That's a good point. It's just like, I'd chalk it up to maybe, operational arrogance. It's just like, well, this is how many people we send for a mission like this, and the book says we only send 12 or whatever, and why is this going to be any different? Plus, we don't really believe this crazy lady and her made up story anyway,
yeah,
so it'll be fine.
it'll be fine. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we get to meet Hudson,
Hmm.
played by the late great Bill Paxton,
Oh,
who's
absolutely brilliant.
who's a fantastic character. I love watching him, and I
And
mentioned this in a video I did about like last stands and stuff of characters,
yeah,
and I like the fact that he actually, for a relatively minor character in the story, or just supporting actor, he goes through a great character arc where he starts out as this wannabe badass who's tough talking and stuff. Then he loses his shit when they get into trouble, and then
yeah.
he kind of has to, he eventually discovers like real courage and redeems himself. And I just think it's a good kind of arc for his character to go through.
I remember that video that you did on Last Stands, and like at the beginning of the video, you had given him an honorable mention, and the first time I watched your video, I was disappointed. I was like, wait, what? You can't just give him an honorable mention. So I continued watching your video, and then at the end, you end with him, and that's at the point where I just, I had to slam the table and be like, yes, oh my god, fuck yeah, here we go. And it was like all of your points were so exactly right. Like, he is the character arc that he goes through. It's sad that it would be almost cliche by today's standards, but at the time, exactly that. Like, he's on the ship, with his, machismo and his bravado, and saying we've got state of the art, phase plasma pulse rifles, state of the badass art, and then when the shit gets real, he's just as scared as the rest of them. But then when the rubber hits the road and he's really got to stand up, that one fleeting scene in the med lab is like, you're just cheering for him, and you genuinely feel grief when he gets pulled through the floor. You're like,
Yeah.
oh fuck no, not Hudson.
I mean, I honestly, like, I was weighing it up, like, who has the better kind of exit? Is it him or Vasquez? Because both of them go out in spectacular fashion. Like,
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
she lasts a little bit longer, but
Sure.
similar thing. Like, they both go down fighting, and I just think
Hmm.
they're both kind of great characters. But yeah,
But
speaking of,
they
sorry, on you go.
play off each other so well. Like, the fact that Vasquez obviously doesn't care for him, and they obviously have some either kind of real or just jovial rivalry. But they're partnered together. She's the smart gun operator. He's the tracker operator, and they're just she's calling him out, calling him stupid, and these things aren't ants, stupido. But
Yeah.
when it comes down to it, they respect each other as fellow soldiers, even though they
Yeah.
may not like each other.
Yeah, I mean, you get good banter between them, and I think that's how soldiers and Marines and stuff talk to each other. Like, they take the piss out of each other all the
Oh,
time
hell yeah.
because that's just how they relate.
Yeah.
And you get that right at the beginning where she's doing pull-ups, and he's like, "You've ever been mistaken for a man?" She's got the best comeback.
Yes, that is a scene that could never be duplicated, and you absolutely know that every director and producer since then has been trying to ape and cut, just copy that, and poorly. You will never, ever, ever be able to replicate that scene in
Yeah.
terms of it's just how funny it was, what a sick burn that was, to use modern, parlance. But just I have to again stress, I can't stress this enough, but 1986, 1987, depending on however old you were to see it, this movie was groundbreaking, just like the original Star Wars. Like, you have to look at it through the lens of what we had at the time. And these scenes were awesome. Like, these were quintessential badass lines. You know, this Vasquez doing pull-ups. You're like, holy shit, what's she doing? And she's awesome. You know, and then she smacks him down. And then everyone since then has been trying to recreate the knife scene. Again, I'm jumping ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a good example, actually. One thing I was going to say, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people know this actually about Vasquez as a character and the actress that played her, but she is not a Latina like in real life. It's the same girl who played John Connor's foster mom in Terminator 2. She's like a redhead in real life,
right.
like,
and she
but
was
apparently.
Sorry, she was in Titanic as well. She's the mother she's saying the lullaby to her children just as the ship is going down. You're like, holy shit, that's Vasquez.
Yeah, she's one of those actresses that she kind of crops up in the weirdest places. But when she found out about this movie shooting and she was going to the casting call for it, it was called Aliens, and she thought it was about, well, as the line in the movie says, she thought it was about illegal aliens. So she goes dressed as a Latina, and they're like, fuck it, we'll just roll with it, because she apparently had the attitude and she had the look and stuff. And they had to put like full body paint on her, or body makeup, to make her, you know, her skin complexion right, and cut her hair short and stuff. And that's why that line is in the movie, because it's just a reference to like how she completely misunderstood what the movie was about.
Right.
But I mean, I'll give her props. Like, she bulked up for the role. Like, when you see her operating the smart gun and stuff, like, she is properly jacked, and it's impressive. And it makes you believe, like, okay, I can see this person could do stuff like this. She seems physically capable of it.
And as a side note, I met her at that convention that I went to in Calgary. They did a special Aliens reunion. So they had Bill Paxton, you know, God bless him, he was alive at the time. But they had Jeanette Goldstein, Michael Biehn, the gentleman who played Drake. So I stood in line to meet Jeanette Goldstein, and she was absolutely delightful. So I've got a picture of myself, you know, shaking her hand, and she autographed a picture for me. And as a side note, my wife actually did mocap for the Vasquez character in Aliens Colonial Marines.
Really?
Oh yeah. So I've got pictures of my wife with this, you know, mocap smart gun, and I've got the Hot Toys figure of Vasquez, and so it was just a great full circle moment to actually finally meet her and just thank her in person for being just so awesome. And she was so great. Yeah, that's just a great memory.
That is pretty cool, man. I wish I got the chance to meet her, actually. Maybe I will one day. Who knows? But I love her. She's got kind of a cool relationship with Drake as well. Like, when she gives Hudson that burn, and he's like, "Oh, you're just too bad, Vasquez," and she slaps him in the face.
Yeah,
like, it's just such a great response. Like, it's such a random thing to do, but he's like, "Yeah, fuck, I don't care."
And that's all the exposition you need. Like, if you contrast that with today's movie, they would probably do like you said in your Ghostbusters video. You went into really, really good detail about Harold Ramis, Bill Murray, and Dan Aykroyd in the elevator, and he switches on the proton pyro pack, and they all back away slowly, and that's all you need. You contrast that with the remake, and they go on for whatever 15-20 minutes of like pseudo slapstick humor in order to deliver the same kind of joke.
No, things like that are a great example of just not understanding what made the original work. And you know, that's why you end up with movies like that. But I think James Cameron understands how to write characters like that and give you just a little snapshot of a relationship, and you can kind of fill in the blanks by yourself. Like, you see a scene like that, and you're like, okay, cool. You know, she's obviously got a good, you know, a closer relationship with Drake. Maybe they you know, they're friends or whatever outside of being in the Marines. She, you know, has got a bit more contentious relationship with Hudson, but ultimately they're on the same team. So it's like, okay, you've established the dynamic there.
For sure.
You've got Hicks in the background, who's kind of quiet initially. Like, you don't really see much of him to begin with. And it's only later as I guess he kind of comes into his own, or he's forced to take on that more of a leadership role. But but early on, he's just keeping his head down. It's an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, it's very real in that sense that, think about it. Yeah, okay, these are battle-hardened soldiers, but they're human just like the rest of us. And then when the shit goes down, there's a whole the editing between, like, first it jumps from Hicks's camera to Hudson's camera, and they're like, "Where's the Sarge?
Yeah.
The Sarge is gone. What do we do? What do we do?" And they're just panicking. They're like, yeah, that's a very human moment.
Yeah, very much so. But yeah, so they do the knife thing with Hudson, because that's where we get to meet Bishop as well.
Yeah.
And this is an interesting one, actually, because it straight away it gives you a little hint that Hudson's veneer of being a total badass is just a bit of an act, because he's the one that they kind of pick on to, like, they grab his hand and put it in there, and he's like, oh shit, he's
funny,
like,
man.
Yeah, so it's like he gets rattled quite easily, and you're like, okay, so he's maybe pretending to be a bit more gung ho than he really is, and
which is hilarious.
He's a little bit like the butt of their jokes,
right?
So again, it gives you a little bit of a hint that maybe he's not what he pretends to be, which is
absolutely good. And even though they did speed up the footage during that, I will say that every boy of my generation wanted to try that at their next high school party. So I think many fingers got cut during those years.
Yeah, I do remember that. I think we did it with a pencil or something rather than a knife, because it was like, fuck it, I'm not doing that. There will be fingers amputated.
Don't worry, it'll be fine.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't do it now after a few drinks, that's for sure.
Geez. Oh no.
Yeah. But so they have their briefing, and that's when Ripley gets a chance to, like, try and tell them what happened to her. And they're, like you were saying, they're not particularly interested. They're like, look, we just need to get in and get this done. Just show us where they are and we'll fucking take them out. And she's like, yeah, you've got no clue, like, what you're getting into. But again, Ripley seems a bit lost, like, when she has to do that, because she's trying to describe what happened to one of her crewmates when the chestburster thing happened, and she chokes up and loses it, and Gorman has to step in, and he's like, so you've got a report, have a read, good luck. It's like, she's already choked, basically.
But I wanted to call out, you had mentioned it earlier, the scene in her apartment when they're telling her, hey, we need you to go along. And this is awesome, because you were saying in regards to the fact that in modern movies, they would just simply have her know what to do, like operate the smart material or the loader. But she says to Burke, well, you don't need me. I'm not a soldier. Yeah. She flat out is comfortable with the fact that, hey, listen, don't put a lightsaber in my hand to expect me to rule the galaxy. I mean, geez, I'm not a soldier, and she has no problem admitting that. I just think that was fantastic. That
is good. And like you say, that is not something that they would do nowadays.
No.
She would be straight in there, like, leading the charge kind of thing. And, like we were saying, like, at this stage in the story, like, Ripley is very much like, okay, you know your business better than I do. Like, I can only tell you what I did and what happened to me. But, like, now, I'm just happy to let you go in first and take the heat. And I think that's good. It shows her as, like, she's kind of intimidated by them, and she's kind of, a little bit, not in awe of them, but, like, she's,
she respects them
to stay out of it. Yeah,
she takes them at their word. They've given her their assurance that they can handle this, so she's like, okay, I believe you. But then when she sees their flippant response, that's the first time that you see her kind of, hey, listen up, assholes. One of those things wiped out my entire crew, and if they find that ship, there's no telling how many. Like, do you understand? And she looks at them all in the eye, and that's the first time that you see her, Ripley, like, okay, you guys are not taking this seriously.
Yeah, and it does kind of silence them for a minute. Like, either they feel bad for her and they're like, I don't want her to embarrass herself anymore, or it's maybe made them doubt themselves a little bit. Right. But either way, she does kind of make her impact with that, which is for sure good. I'm just looking. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. I can't help it. It's just constant, like, quotes from the movie.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
How do I get out of this chicken shit outfit?
Seriously, think about it. Think about it. I mean, this movie, I've watched it more times than I can even count. But every line in this movie is so well placed. There is not a lot of extra dialogue because it doesn't need to be there. But even throwaway lines like that, they become so iconic. And
Yeah.
it's just hilarious. And again, it establishes Hudson as, hey, here's this guy who thinks he's a badass, but we've already kind of gotten a glimpse that maybe he isn't.
Yeah. I just love how
Yeah.
that scene ends as well with Apone just being like, Hudson, come here. Come here.
And then it cuts.
He's like, yeah, he's just going to get an absolute ass kick in there.
And that leaves it up to you as the audience to think, oh shit, what's going to happen? But you don't know, but you're happy enough to think, oh, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you can tell like this shit's happened before, and like you said, to discipline Hudson, and it's like, yeah, he's just kind of like the troublemaker of the group.
Exactly. Hudson, he's saying shit again.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Sarge, you get lip cancer smoking those.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Just lines like that they're almost like just throwaway, like you say, and you can miss them quite easily. But yeah, just great little things that they chucked in. But this is kind of the scene where you get to see Ripley on the loader as well, which we've established early on in the story, like that's something she's doing as a job, so she knows how to do it. She then gets a chance to. This is the movie's chance to show us what a loader is and what it looks like, so that when we eventually see it later on, we understand what it does and how it operates. And it's like, okay, smart. Again, there's a logical reason for it. She wants to help out. She wants to do something kind of useful. And they give her this task thinking that she's not going to be able to do it.
Right.
And then, away she goes. She shows herself to be perfectly capable of operating it because she's been doing that as her job.
And just that whole scene, the way that it plays out, I mean, if you look at it through 2020 eyes, you just think, oh my God, the sexism, look at the patriarchy and just giving a shit. And, but she obviously shows them up, but she doesn't do it with a huge chip on her shoulder. She operates the loader confidently and then looks over at them and says, where do you want it? And then they both have, kind of a laugh.
That's the key difference. Yeah. That's the key difference, because if that scene played out now, they would be staring at her like mouths agape in total shock, like, holy shit, she's amazing at this. I can't believe it. And they'd be kind of humiliated. Whereas they're just like, cool, she can do that. Well done. Okay. Like, and they have a laugh about it because they're like, she's shown that she can do something useful. I mean, it comes across, everyone's kind of comes out of it well, if you know what I mean.
Exactly. Well, I don't want to put this visual in your head because I don't want to ruin your evening, but just think about if they would recreate that scene with goddamn Tessa Thompson.
I'd turn it off. I couldn't watch it.
Or Brie Larson or Ruby Rose. We would get a 30-minute exposition of like, see, it's so much better when a woman does it, and you're just like, oh, for God's sakes, why did you even have to go there?
Well, you know what she would do? Like, if it was something like Brie Larson, she would like press a button that ejects oil from the loader, and it like sprays in their faces or something, like it's pissing on them. Like,
exactly. You take that. Oh, take that. Oh, by the way, I'm so awesome. And you're just like.
Yeah, it would be something that ludicrous. But yeah, this is when movies just kind of retreated all their characters with a bit of respect. So they're not intimidated by her. She's kind of proven herself a little bit to them, and that's fine. That's made a start on their kind of relationship. So
and respect has been given, and it has been earned. It wasn't demanded. It was just conveyed because it was like, okay, well, she said she wanted to help, and she did, and great. Okay, we're all good. Let's move.
Yeah. And that's all you need, really. So that gets them to the point where they hit the dropship and they deploy down to the planet's surface. And again, you get to see the dropship and the fact that there's two of them, because that's going to be important later. And
how cool was that ship? Like, just looking at it, I mean, geez.
Extremely. It looks, and this goes back to, I guess, what we were saying earlier about the pulse rifles, the armor, everything. Like, it looks real. It looks like a military aircraft. It's not graceful and streamlined and everything. It's big and ugly. It looks like an A-10 Warthog or something like that.
For sure.
And that's appropriate for what it is. It's a military aircraft. And it looks good in that
and like
respect.
when the APC rounds the corner, you're like, what the hell is that? That looks awesome.
You know what it actually was? Like,
An airplane tug.
Yeah, that's all it was. They just put armor on it, and there you go. It just looks great.
Which again, I mean, I could say this until I'm blue in the face, but it's 1986, and this movie was not made for gazillions of dollars. Like this was not made with Avengers Endgame kind of money. James Cameron was still, an up and comer, and you want to make aliens? Okay, you got $10, make this movie. And so they had to make do with what they had. So they get an airplane tug, they throw some shit on it, and now all of a sudden it's this iconic vehicle.
Yeah. And all of the sets, and I guess I'll say this for the whole film, like, they all look believable. None of them look like cheap or fake or obviously kind of like, this is clearly just, wooden walls and all the rest of it. Like, everything's really detailed. Everything's kind of used and worn in and stuff. And it all looks like a lived in universe. And
absolutely.
I think he was able to take that kind of aesthetic that Ridley Scott brought to the original Alien and transport it into his movie. And he did it really well. It didn't come across as fake or anything like that, which was great.
I want to say it's unfortunate that you live all the way over where you are, but there is a ride called the Great Movie Ride at Hollywood. Where is it called? It's in Disneyland or Disney World, Hollywood Studios, and they have a ride called the Great Movie Ride. And we knew that they were going to have an alien section in it, so we stood in line in the hot sun for 4 hours to ride on this thing. And you could probably find videos of it on YouTube, but you enter into the alien segment, and they recreate all of this with the chains dangling and the water dripping. And I swear to God, it'll scare the living piss out of you.
I've been on it, actually. I was there a few years back.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you know it. You know the drill.
Yeah. I think they've done away with that movie right now. It's getting replaced by something else. But
that's a crime.
Yeah, but I think there's a bit where because you go through different movie areas, and there's like a cowboy that gets on board your car or your ride thing as you're going along, and he then bails out when the alien shows up. Oh, it's quite cool.
Yeah, I was sitting in the front row when we went on that ride, and the operator actually asked me if I wanted to get off because I was screaming so loud, because there's an alien that's in the ceiling. Or actually, I'm sorry, there's one in the wall, and we saw it through the smoke, and I was like, aha, great, there's the jump scare. We've called it out. Then one jumps out of the ceiling at us, and it was like mere inches from my face, and I shat myself. Like hell, I was only 14, but good God.
They're good, they're good at doing these things, like these jump scares, and it's a shame that ride's gone, actually, but never mind. They this scene where they go down in the dropship again. Hudson's whooping and hollering because he's having a fucking great time. You're an express elevator to hell.
Going down. Yeah, just always with the pomp.
Yeah, but we get to kind of talk to Gorman as well, who's like the lieutenant for the group, and you find out that he's not experienced. This is like his second mission or whatever, and you see that he's already nervous about what he's doing. So, it's an interesting scene because Ripley kind of grills him a little bit, and it's like she's now the one who's a little bit more experienced, I guess, than him, and she's like, so you can tell that she's kind of amused by him, like how he's nervous and stuff. I just thought that was a nice little kind of comeback for her character a little bit.
Oh, for sure. Like she totally calls him out, because if you remember back, to when they were flying the Nostromo and landing on the planet, she's one of the pilots just competently doing her job. And so for her, this is just another day at the office. So to see this supposed military man being nervous, she's like, wait, what?
We can tell as well that he's a bit uncomfortable with the enlisted Marines, because like there's a bit where Drake stows his smart gun next to him, and you just see Gorman just like slide his chair away from it, like he's kind of uncomfortable being close to it.
Oh yeah.
It's a nice little. You don't have to tell us loads about him, but you just see from that the way he reacts. Like, okay, this guy's not really comfortable being at the business end of like combat deployments.
Exactly, and it makes you question. It's like, so how did you get here? Like, why are you in command if this stuff gives you the heebie-jeebies or whatever?
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, it's a nice little scene just to establish who he is and kind of what he's about.
For sure.
And you get to see the helmet cams as well, because that's when Drake's camera is malfunctioning, and he's like, "Oh, can you try and fix it?" And he just smacks his helmet against the wall, and it just fixes it.
And again, in 2020 standards, you would look at that and be like, roll your eyes and be like, that's kind of cliche. But it's like, yeah, you know what? In 1986, that was a really badass moment. You know, it's like, here's this Marine who's like, I got to wear all this shit on my head. I couldn't be bothered to do a status check for you. So his operational procedure is to smack it against the wall.
Yeah.
With a sneer. You know, yeah, that actor, why am I drawing a blank?
Yeah, I need to look up his name. He's not been in a lot of things. I just remember him from the Shawshank Redemption. He was in that. Well, one of the few things I've seen him in.
He was also in Lethal Weapon 2.
Oh, yeah.
It's just... okay, maybe I've hit the liquor a little bit too hard. You would think I would know all of this stuff off by heart, so I apologize.
Chat will help us at some point.
Yeah, please. Yeah, educate me. I'm sorry.
Someone was mentioning there, it's like, I love how Hicks just falls asleep. Like, he's so chilled. He's just like, fuck it, I'll grab 20 minutes.
Back up with their drinker. It was Hudson. Oh, sorry, you're right. No, you're right. I'm sorry. Okay, my bad. Yeah, it was Hicks. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Fuck. Okay,
they do get confused. It's like, Hudson, yes. Sir, he's Hicks.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, that's me looking stupid. Okay.
Oh no, that's cool.
Call me out on that.
There's a lot of characters. There's a whole bunch of extras as well whose names I can never remember. But
where's Basky?
Where's Basky? Yeah. There's the Dietrich as well. Who
yes,
I'm sure it's a woman, but like you only see them briefly in the background. But
I'm pretty sure Dietrich is the one who first discovers the colonist and lifts up her hair, like lifts up her head.
Right. Yeah.
Sarge, we got a live one. Yeah.
Right. But yeah, so they land, and this is when they get to see the colony for the first time. And again, it was just a model, I presume, that they just panned the camera around. But because you've got the grainy footage and stuff, it looks really effective. It's like you've got the soundtrack kicks in. You've got this really kind of eerie, ominous tone to it, and there's no sign of life. There's no hail. There's no activity outside. And you're like, fuck, it's like a ghost town, and it establishes it really well. I always think, like in movies like this, just going into a ship or a place that's suddenly empty and there's just no sign of anyone, you don't know what's happened to them, that is more intimidating and more tension filled than just seeing blood everywhere or whatever. Absolutely. You're like, shit, what happened here?
And you've alluded to that in some of your other videos in regards to leaving it up to the audience to fill in the blanks. We don't need our hands held. Just leave it up to us to think what happened.
Yeah.
And again, in the director's cut, I think we possibly skipped over that, but the scene with Ripley and her family, that wasn't in the theatrical cut, and that is such an important scene. When they're out in the loader and you get to see Newt and her brother, and then the mother and father go out and explore the ship, like the ship, and when you see it, you're like, oh fuck, what do you don't go in there, don't.
Yeah. I like that. The only thing I would say about that, because the whole scene shows you the colony when it's filled with people, and they get this message saying, okay, we've been told to go out and investigate this thing, this grid reference or whatever, and we're not told who the message comes from. I would have cut that section out because I didn't necessarily like seeing the place when it was full of people and when it was getting used. Yeah, I kind of like the first thing you see of it is just that it's this empty ghost town, and you don't know what it might have been like. I don't know why. I like the introduction of it just being desolate and empty.
Okay, because I remember when that footage came online. It was like, hey, anyone want? I think it was on the RPF. They had posted this of like, check out this footage. It's called Hadley's Hope, and so everyone was clicking on it, and it filled in the gaps of like what happened to the colony prior to the arrival, and it was so popular that it ended up being put into the director's cut. I mean, I agree with you in regards to that mystery, but giving you a little snapshot of this place used to be teeming with life, with lots of life, and then what happened? To contrast that with Ripley's family, when you see the face hugger, you're like, oh shit, here we go. And if you've seen Alien, you're like, okay, it obviously didn't take long for things to go terribly wrong.
I do like the fact that it introduces Newt in that scene where her family goes out to the alien spacecraft, and that's kind of the first instance you get of her, because when the scene ends, she's like, her dad's got a face hugger attached to him, her mum's radioing for help, and she's screaming in terror, and then it just cuts out, and you're like, holy shit. Like, the assumption would be, I guess, that she's going to get killed along with everyone else. So, you know, it's kind of a good way to introduce her, I suppose, rather than the first time you see her, she's just, you know, a survivor.
But it also establishes the fact that she and the other kids were playing in the air ducts, which gives you a little bit of a hint later on.
I'd forgotten about that part. Yeah, that is an interesting point, actually. Again, setting things up so that you get the good payoff.
Yeah, for sure.
No,
so, like, Newt isn't just some, you know, helpless bystander like Ashley from RE4. She's actually got a practical purpose.
Yeah, yeah. Like, so she kind of knows her way around that already. But yeah, so they land, I guess, and head inside to investigate the place, and that's where you start seeing, you know, again, it's just this empty place that everything's dark, there's water dripping in from the ceiling and stuff, and then, you know, you get little hints of battles that have been fought there, like massive like burn marks in the ground where I guess they've killed one of the aliens, and you know, it's Hudson spits down just because he can.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was waiting to you got to this part. I love the fact, it makes me giggle every time I see the movie. I love the fact that he sees this big gaping hole in the floor, and his first instinct is to hork a loogie down it. I'm like, God bless you, Bill Paxton. I don't know whether that was improvised or part of the script, but it's just, that is such a guy thing to do.
Yeah, and then Vasquez pretends to like push him off the edge.
Exactly.
He's like, oh fuck, stop.
Quit screwing around.
Yeah. Again, yeah, great little character scene. Just doesn't need much dialogue or anything, but a cool little moment. But that's when they get to. I think it happens kind of simultaneously. So do they go to like operations and the med lab, like in different teams or something?
Yes. Yeah, they split up.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so Ripley's kind of watching this unfold from the APC, and they've only been in there for like a couple of minutes, and they're like, yeah, it looks clear, it'll be fine. So they're like, yeah, we can go in now. And she's like, no, it's not. It's like, you've only checked like a couple of rooms. There could be anything going on here. And he's like, nah, it's fine, Ripley, in we go. Yeah. So she kind of reluctantly goes along, and that's when they see the first signs of what's gone on. Like when they get to the med bay, and there's already a couple of face huggers in, in glass tubes that they've been able to remove from people. And again, it gives you a little hint about how this all played out. Like they probably tried to combat this thing initially, and they removed a couple of the face huggers, and they tried to understand what was happening before, eventually they succumbed to it. And it's quite a good little scene that builds it up. And obviously those face huggers will come into play later.
Oh yeah, and I just want to again call out James Horner for his cinematic score in this. Like, just watching that scene, because there's not a whole lot of music in this movie if you listen to the soundtrack. But when they're entering the med lab, and it's just kind of like you've got this tension, and then when Ripley turns and then she sees the face huggers, and then the cinematic score behind it gives you the chills, because you're just her the expression on her face in a combination with the musical element, you're just like, oh fuck. And you can just see that she's got this flashback of like, there they are, there's a thing that's just been giving me nightmares for 57 years.
No, it's an effective scene, and
so good.
I love how one of them goes for Burke as well, because he stood too close to the tank.
Exactly.
Looks like love at first sight to me.
Which I want to call out Paul Reiser, because it's just like, dude, like I get it. When you film a movie and you've done the same scene 100 times, you're getting a little bit tired of it. You know what's going to happen. But the thing jumps at him, and he has not really that much of a reaction.
Yeah.
Like, dude, wouldn't this make you just fall right on your ass? I don't know. I
don't know if it's just because like he knows that the glass is going to hold it in place.
Sure.
Or, like you say, maybe he just kind of undersold the moment, and he didn't react quite as much as he should have done. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
The rest of them jump. Like Ripley goes, and the rest of them are kind of flinch. Like, I don't know. I know the audience definitely shat themselves just a little.
But yeah, that's when they meet Newt as well.
Mm-hmm.
They pick her up on the motion sensors, and again, it's quite a nice tension building scene because
Oh,
they're
yeah.
following this thing. They're all kind of coming down the corridor with their guns out, and she darts across, and I think it's Drake that tries to shoot her.
Yeah.
Or is it? Yeah.
No,
so,
it's Drake. And it shows that Drake is a little bit too trigger happy. That's another little exposition moment right there. And it's Hicks that has to, like, he takes his pulse rifle and, you know, puts it under the barrel of the smart gun, points it up to the ceiling and says, "Wait, hold on." You know, and Drake shoots him kind of like a look of like, "Wait, what?" You know, and they just kind of have a back and forth glance of like, you know, calm the fuck down there, cowboy.
Yeah, well, I think Drake says to like, "What the fuck?" You know, he's like, why did you interrupt that?" And he's like, "Yeah, hold up, you know, it's not an enemy." So that's when they meet Newt, and I guess that's the first survivor, obviously, that they encounter, and probably the only one. And you get a bit of an insight then into what the hell's actually happened here.
Yeah.
None of the Marines obviously know how to deal with her because they're not used to dealing with little kids, and it's left up to Ripley to try and tease some sort of information out of her because she's just, you know,
just grab her, Corporal.
Yeah. But again, that's when you see her going into the air vents, and it's like, okay, you know, that's where she's been living, and that's how she's managed to survive.
Right.
I never quite understood how she was able to survive that long. I guess she was just moving around, so she was able to sneak away from them or whatever. But
well, I'll fast forward to another scene later on that explains it. Right. Hudson, this little girl survived longer than that with no weapons and no training, right?
Yeah.
And then we get another iconic line.
Yeah, maybe you should put her in charge.
Actually, I want to ask you, because you mentioned in your Predator video about want some candy, that still gives you the chills. What gives you the bigger chills? Want some candy or the sound of the motion tracker?
Oof. Want some candy is just because it's that really creepy child voice coming from a predator, I think works really well. And the fact that it's in the dark and it's just this big ominous shape coming for you. The motion trackers are better for building tension.
Okay.
And it's more of a creeping sort of sense of dread. You know, when you just the camera keeps flashing to the screen, and especially when there's loads of them coming, you just see like this mass of movement just, you know, converging on you. I think that's brilliantly done. Both are very effective though.
Okay. Fair enough.
But yeah, so I guess they've met Newt, and it's only Ripley who's able to get any kind of information out of her, and that's again it gives you that feel for her character, that she's not one of these Marines who's just there for combat and stuff, and you know, she's a little bit more personable, I guess, with kids.
For sure.
Obviously, from the you know, from the deleted scenes, you'll realize that she had a kid of her own, so she's obviously going to be much better at that sort of thing. But either way, you find out that you know, everyone else is gone. Newt's been surviving on her own for all this time, and I think I cannot remember the actress's name, but whoever plays Newt does a really good job, because I'm sure she's never done anything apart from this movie. Like, she never did anything before or after.
Carrie Henn. She was also at this convention that I went to in Calgary, and so I stood in line to meet her, and I just wanted to shake her hand and just say, "Hey, you know what? This movie is a part of my childhood. Thank you so much for your participation in it." And she was super nice as well. So I bought an autographed print from her as well, and you know, it was just so surreal to see her as a grown woman when, you know, all these years, all I know her as is, you know, Newt from this movie.
Yeah.
But she was fantastic. She was so good in that role.
Someone's mentioning here, saying that Ripley talks about her daughter in Alien. I do not remember that scene.
I would question that. No, we don't.
Curtis D, we're calling you out on this one, sir.
Yeah, I've watched this movie, and I've watched this theatrical cut, which is also a fantastic movie. But yeah, she never mentions her daughter. You don't know much about Ellen Ripley other than the fact that she's a member of this crew. And that's what makes Aliens so awesome, because it just expands without going into terrible detail about Ellen Ripley. Who is she? You know?
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something I missed there. But I always got the impression that you just didn't get, like you say, you didn't get really any information about her background or any of the others. Like you just know them from what you see them doing in that actual movie. But
okay, well, I mean, someone else is saying it's a deleted scene here.
Okay.
If it is in there, then I am more than happy to admit that I am wrong. But I thought I had seen everything there was to see on the original Alien.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to go and do some research after we've done this stream.
I don't know if you've seen it, but I mean, I'll assume you've seen the director's cut of or the extended cut of Alien. But the scene when she's escaping, trying to get to the dropship, and she finds Dallas and Brett.
Yeah, why did they cut that out? That was creepy as fuck, that scene.
Fuck. That's the kind of stuff that just makes you piss your pants and like, okay, I'm done.
I don't know if they... It really is, yeah. I don't know if they cut it out just because it would have confused the sort of life cycle of the alien too much, because these guys are kind of getting turned into eggs or something, and it seems a bit odd, but it's like, as a piece of body horror, it's brilliantly done. It's really creepy.
Oh, yeah. It's that movie. Oh, jeez. It's so brilliant. My wife is probably so sick of me going into exhaustive detail about how awesome these movies are, but it's just like, God damn, when you contrast that with what we have to see in movies today or television shows, nothing holds a candle to the kind of tension that they were able to establish in these movies. Yeah,
absolutely. And this kind of brings us along to the first big action scene of the movie, I guess. So they've been tracking the colonists and looking for them, and they've each got a tracker implanted in them, and that's when Hudson finds them. They're over in the kind of atmosphere processor unit, and that's where they have to go.
I think it's stop your grinning and drop your linen.
Yeah, because I guess Hudson's some kind of technical guy. Like he's the guy who overrides the doors and stuff, and he's the one who's operating the computer. So that seems to be his like role, which is interesting because he's so gung ho. You'd think he was just like a regular Marine who's there to fight, but no, it's quite a
which is awesome in itself too, because it's like, as much as Apone takes the piss out of him, when duty calls, he tries to open the door and he says, Hudson, run a bypass. So that gives you, as the audience, you're like, oh shit, Hudson is more than just a shit talker. He's obviously got some technicals. He's the tech guy. Okay, great. All right, let's move on.
Yeah. So yeah, they head out there, and that's when I think they pretty much all get into the APC, apart from maybe Bishop. I'm pretty sure he's staying behind, and a couple of the people who operate the dropship. But anyway, they head out to the atmosphere processor, and the Marines gear up, and that's when they go into the alien nest. And that's when shit gets real, man. That's when they find... again, this is another brilliant piece of direction and cinematography when they start to make their way inside the alien nest, and the music kind of creeps up, and the camera kind of pans up, and you see that the colonists have all been kind of plastered against the wall and like sealed in cocoons and stuff, and they're kind of contorted into all these horrible shapes. It's just brilliantly done.
And Ripley says to Newt, "Go sit up front," because it's like, this is not for children's eyes,
Yeah.
And Newt, obviously,
how effective is that though?
It's so good.
She thinks of something like that in that moment.
Exactly, and it's like Newt obviously doesn't know what happened to her parents, but is kind of morbidly curious as she's staring at the screen. But Ripley is like, hey, listen, I know better. You don't want to see this shit. You don't want to know what happened to your parents. So go sit up front. Go on. I mean it. And that's the first time that you see Ripley sort of assert this kind of, not domineering, but assertive motherly role.
Yeah, she's got this. It brings out that sort of maternal side for it, and she's
sure.
She's not playing an active part in the kind of operation at this point, but she's out to look after Newt, and that's like something she has the presence of mind to say. And I think it's effective, and it brings to the fore like how horrific this stuff must be if you were actually to see it. Like the fact that an adult's telling you to go away and don't look at it.
Because again, up to this point, no one, including Newt or any of the Marines, no one other than Ripley knows exactly what is happening. She knows that something gross and horrific is going to happen. And when people are trapped like this, this is what's going to happen. It's like, listen, I'm the only one who knows, and the rest of you don't believe me.
Yeah, and you even see eggs that have been opened previously, and you see dead facehuggers lying on the ground. Because I think Hicks picks one up with a shotgun.
Yeah.
And so straight away you know, okay, these people have been impregnated by the facehuggers, and many of them are dead because the aliens will have burst out of them. So it's like, shit, they are up against lots of enemies this time.
So maybe this disc that we were told to study actually is true. Okay.
Yeah, should have paid more attention, I guess.
Well, I absolutely, one of my favorite scenes is just like, I love the fact when they're told to disarm. And I love Frost's response. What are we supposed to use, man? Harsh language?
Yeah.
Like, it's a funny line, but if you just stop and pause on it for a second, I think it is just so witty. Like it's a moment of levity, and he's being sarcastic, but I just love the concept of him thinking, like, what are we supposed to use? Harsh language? Yeah, that'll work. Go call the aliens racist or something and see if they back off. You know, that'll work.
There's too much toxic masculinity in this alien nest. I can't handle it.
Yeah, you guys need to show some love. We're just here to, give you a friendly hug. That'll work.
Well, this is something that we'd kind of touched on with Vasquez, but what I like about this film as well is that you've got this mixed unit of Marines, and there's women kind of mixed in amongst them doing various roles. Like one seems to be a medic, one is a smart gun operator, one's a pilot of the dropship. They're all doing different things, but nobody makes a big deal out of it.
No,
and
that's their role.
Don't. Yeah, and they're not portrayed as being especially amazing at their jobs. They're just good as everyone else, and they can be killed just as easily as everyone else, as you find out. They don't die in any particular order. They're not wearing plot armor, and I just think that's a great bit of writing on James Cameron's part. That they're able to just have these people in there, and this is in the 1980s, when I guess this would have been kind of more unusual, but you don't even think about it. You don't even think that this is unusual. It's just like, oh yeah, they're there. They're just some of the troops like everyone else.
And again, this is why I say, you got to watch this movie through the lens of what we had in the 1980s. Not just Aliens, but Predator, RoboCop, all of these movies that we saw in the 80s. This is the way characters were. And we didn't give it a second thought. We didn't sit there and think, oh, what is she being oppressed? Is that toxic masculinity? Wait, what? No. It was just like, holy shit, that chick is awesome. Like Terminator 2, Linda Hamilton. Oh God, we were all like madly in love with Linda Hamilton, and we didn't want to like mess with a chick that could do pull-ups in her prison cell. I mean, geez, what the fuck? But yeah, you didn't really take it for granted, but you didn't necessarily overanalyze it either. Like Pharaoh, she's the pilot of the dropship. She kind of talks down to Spunkmeyer. She's kind of
Spunkmeyer,
she's kind of a bitch, but not terribly so.
I think it's just, I presume he's her subordinate, like she's the pilot and he's the co-pilot or something, so she's kind of got seniority. And I just, I never got the impression that she disliked him or anything. She's more just like, you need to hurry up or whatever.
Exactly.
But they all shit talk each other, and that's just, I guess that's how they just relate to each other. So,
move it, Spunkmeyer, we're rolling.
Yeah, and that's cool. Like, that's kind of what you would say. It's like, get a fucking move on.
And he's like trying to warn her, wait a second, there's something, just get up here. Okay, ramp closing.
Yeah. And that's the last you see of him. It's presumed that he bit the dust as well.
Right.
But this is the scene, I guess, when things get real for the Marines. Like, they find one of the survivors who's still alive, and straight away she's like, "Oh, please kill me!" And then the convulsions start, and it's brilliant how the camera keeps cutting to Ripley and seeing her reactions as this woman's getting killed by the chest burster. She actually holds her chest.
Oh yeah.
If you look closely, you see her hands against her chest. So she's like,
it's
picturing
so
it happening
good.
to her.
Because it's like, this is the first time in 57 years that she's reliving this nightmare for real right in front of her eyes. And I am so glad that they included that in the movie, because it just makes it real. She's been living with this nightmare, and it's something that she's never wanted to see again. But when she sees it, it's just like, yeah, it's so good. That's why this movie is just awesome.
Yeah. So they flame this alien as it comes out. So I guess that takes care of that one.
Flamethrower, kill it, kill it.
Yeah. But they are, like you were saying, they're forced to disarm because they're in a vulnerable part of the station. And as the chat was saying there, you're talking about a thermonuclear explosion and adios muchachos.
Like, think about it for a second. If you back up for a second, all the while, like, they've been in communication with the command crew. Where am I drawing a blank? Sorry, with the lieutenant. Gorman has been in communication with them, right? And so when Ripley says to him, Lieutenant, what did those pulse rifles fire? And he says, and then you get that whole kind of exposition. Why was that all on mute? Like, how did Apone or anyone else not be aware of that? So why does it come as a surprise when the lieutenant says to him, "Hey, look, Apone, we can't have any firing in there." Wait, what?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he just muted his comms unit or something like that, or he has to like touch it or something to actually transmit something.
Okay.
But yeah, clearly, I guess Apone wasn't party to that conversation. But I think in any normal situation like that, you would pull them out and have them rearm with something that they could use rather than keep them going, because it's like, some of them have got backups like flamethrowers and stuff, but other them, some of them you can see clearly they don't have anything to use. Like they've just got an empty pulse rifle, and it's like, well you're not any good.
The camera pans around. First it goes to Bill Paxton, and you see this look on of bewilderment on all their faces, and they're like, "Are you fucking crazy? Like, what are we supposed to use? Harsh language? Like, you're expecting me to go into a hostile situation with no offensive weaponry? Yeah, fuck this shit. I'm out of here." Yeah. But they go in anyway because they're under orders. But then things go not fun.
So they're kind of like, that's when the movement starts. Like Hudson picks up movement on his tracker, and they're starting to get surrounded.
And again, like, pause on the soundtrack from James Horner right there. That kind of I don't even know what instrument that is, violins, but that sort of descending like screeching sound that's in the soundtrack that lets you know things are getting bad real fast.
Yeah,
it's a chilling scene.
Yeah, and they're starting to, like, obviously they're uneasy, like, what the fuck do we do? And that's, for some reason, like, they seem to lose contact with Gorman, and he's like telling them that they need to pull back, and he's like, fuck, what do we do?
Well, he's all flustered, and that's when Ripley comes into her own and says, "Pull your team out, Gordon," and he's not listening to her. That's the first time.
He's too busy. I guess he's like completely, he's trying to get his head around the situation, and I guess from his point of view, all he can hear is noise coming from her, and he's like, "Shut the fuck up! I'm trying to concentrate. I'm trying to think of something." But yeah, totally, he's way out of his depth already, and that's I think Apone's the next to die, and then
let's see. First, Dietrich gets pulled up by the alien.
Oh yeah.
And she turns around and accidentally pulls the trigger of her flamethrower, which kills Frost because he pulls out his handgun, and he falls down the well or falls down the staircase, and he's the one that had all the ammunition, and so it's been set on fire. So they all look at it and they're like, "Holy shit!" And then they try to run away, explode, and then bang! A lot of them get taken out, and then Wierzbowski is the next one to go.
Yeah. And you don't even really see him. He's just kind of like, you see his camera going like, "Oh fuck," and then he's dead. And that's when Frost gives the line where she's just like, had enough of this shit, and she's like, "Right, let's rock."
And then
I think they just kind of start spraying fire almost indiscriminately. They're not even aiming; they're just like putting down fire. And
firing? God damn it!
Yeah, that's when Apone dies, because he's like telling them to stop so he can hear the comms unit, and he gets taken out then as well. And I think that's when everything just kind of disintegrates. Like the aliens are closing in, and you see this brilliant montage of like headcam footage of people like running. They're firing at like stuff that's just barely glimpsed in the shadows, and there's people screaming and stuff. And you can tell like they're completely fucked. Like, but I think it plays out well. Like, you see the real panic.
And this is the part of the movie where like it kind of goes from slow burn to now we're in a crisis situation. And again, combined with the soundtrack, you just get this sense of chilling, oh shit, shit just got really serious right now, and we don't know what to do. They're coming out of the walls. They're coming out of the goddamn walls.
Yeah, there's someone in the chat is saying I love how people think he's called Basky, because it sounds like Hicks is shouting, "Where's Basky?" But his name is actually Wierzbowski.
Where's Basky? Where's Basky?
I have never encountered that name in my life. It's a really odd one, but that's what he's called, I guess. So yeah, Hicks is just trying to make contact with him and try and find out where he is or what's going on to him. But he's dead as well. So
and all you get to see is like you said, his Steadicam his camera, and then it cuts to fuzz, and you're just, oh shit, he's done.
Yeah, someone pointed that out actually in chat. Again, he was injured by the ammo explosion that kind of threw him against the wall, and then I guess while he was lying down, an alien grabbed him and dragged him off, and that's how he ends basically. Because I thought they were two different guys. When the explosion goes off, I thought whoever was standing near it just gets killed straight up, and then someone else is Wierzbowski who gets dragged away. But I guess it's the same guy.
I'm gonna have to do due diligence. I have the movie open on Amazon Prime right now, and I will scrub. And here we go. Yep. God, it's so good. So good. Like, come on, man! Like the soundtrack of this thing. Yeah. And then Vasquez just starts firing. The low resolution. Yeah. Yeah, where's Bowski? And you hear him screaming off in the distance. And then the camera cuts to his Steadicam harness, and now it's gone. And then Vasquez says,
"Let's rock."
Yeah, and that's the second time that you get to hear a pulse rifle fire, and you're just like, that sound is awesome.
Yeah. I don't know if with these smart guns, if they're kind of, they partially aim themselves, because I guess the big harness that they wear does something. I don't think it was ever made clear, but I always got the impression that they kind of track targets by themselves, and you just kind of have to swing it towards it.
I think that's the lore that the fan community created post movie of just okay, this movie turned into a big phenomena, and now people are kind of writing the history behind it. At the time, I think James Cameron just wanted to create a cool looking gun, and he called it a smart gun, and that's the end of the story.
Right. Okay. But yeah, so that's when Ripley takes charge, and she's like, okay, Gorman's, out of his depth and he's lost it. So that's when she grabs control of the APC and drives it straight in there. Which again is a brilliant scene, because she's when she first takes control, she's a bit shit at driving it because she's never taken command of something like this before.
But again, she says to Gorman, do something. She doesn't want to take the leadership role. She says to Gorman, do something. And when he's frozen, she's like, fuck, so she's got to do it. So she takes charge and then buckles Newt in place and says, hold on and let's go.
Yeah. But it's interesting as well that Gorman tries to get her off the controls, and it's actually Burke who stops him.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Burke was just right, well, we need some of these people to survive in order for us to get out, or if he genuinely wanted to help them at that point or whatever. But it's kind of an interesting choice for him. So she breaks
your chance, Gorman.
Yeah, exactly. So she smashes through the wall and the Marines get in. And that's, I think, when Drake bites the dust as well, because he gets hit by acid from an alien.
He's covering their escape, and then he runs out of ammunition, which is a great little scene as well, because it's he's this trigger happy guy, but obviously he wasn't really practicing good discipline with, short controlled bursts, as it were. So he burns through all his ammunition, and shit, and it just kind of goes to show the fact that in a panic situation that they're in, they don't know what they're doing. They're just panicking. Yeah. And it just made it very real. And that also gives you a little bit more glimpse in regards to the relationship between him and Vasquez, because she shows genuine concern.
Yeah.
For him.
Well, because he drops his smart gun and he's busy flaming some aliens to cover them as they get on board the APC. And then I think one of them pops up from the side, which he doesn't see. And Vasquez is the one that shoots it. And that's when it just kind of explodes and showers him with acid.
Oh, yeah.
So you can kind of assume that he's fucked. And
yeah.
it's such an unlucky chain of events, because then he keels over and like the flamethrower just goes straight into the APC and like sets that on fire.
Right.
But it's such a cool chain of events, because then there's fire that they have to try and deal with. Hicks is like, fuck, get the door shut. And then like they're just in the middle of closing it, and then another alien bursts through that. And yes, shotgun to the mouth and blows the top of its head off. I'm sure it's Hicks that does that. I can never quite tell.
Oh yeah, that's the iconic scene of like, eat this, you know, and then he puts the shotgun in its mouth and blows its head off.
Yeah. Which is, again, it's just cool. Like, you've got a guy getting killed, the APC's damaged, they're trying to deal with the fire, they're trying to get the door shut, an alien comes in, they blow that up. Like it getting killed, like the acid from that, I think, gets on Hudson as well and injures him.
Oh yeah.
And that's when it's like Ripley's like, okay, fucking go. Like, so that's when they escape, I guess, back outside again.
And before we go on, I need to pause for 30 seconds because this alcohol is going right through me. So if you'll just excuse me for about 30 seconds, I'll be right back.
No problem at all. I'll keep things going. I was just to let you guys know on chat, I'm obviously aware that there's loads of super chats and stuff, and needless to say, we will get through them all. We'll probably just tackle them at the end, as I tend to do on these streams, rather than trying to do it piecemeal, because I'll lose track of which ones I've answered and which ones I haven't. But hopefully you're enjoying our summary of the movie so far. I feel like we've kind of taken ages to get through like the initial bit, but there's like so much to say about it, and it's so well put together that it's interesting to talk about how this movie is done. It's like so different from films today, where things are actually set up properly. A real man would piss into his alcohol and keep drinking and talking. Yeah, I should have had a bottle on hand. Never mind. Go through the super chats. Oh, all right, fuck it. I'll have a look. We'll see what's there so far. Just give me a second to load this up, because it usually takes a moment. Holy shit, there's loads. All right, cool. What we got here? Charles Caballero. This is going to be legendary. Can't wait to see you do more of these dissections. Fingers crossed you do one for Cobra Kai Season 3 with Gary. Hawk forever. Yeah, that'll be good. I'm not sure where Cobra Kai is going to go for Season 3, because Season 2 was starting to get a little bit shaky. They were focusing too much on the younger characters for my liking, but hopefully they'll pull it back. But I would definitely like to do more of these videos. I am going to be doing one with Mauler soon, where we're going to cover Terminator 1 and 2, so that should be good. Similar theme, we'll go through it scene by scene and talk about what we like and didn't like. Zero Depressive. Smith, no, I didn't see anything, but I can tell you this ship is fucked. Sean Pertwee, Event Horizon. Yeah, that's a great little scene from Smitty in Event Horizon. I love his character, actually, how he's kind of controlled most of the time, and his entire attitude is just like, yeah, there's no fucking way I'm spending a second more on this ship than I absolutely have to. And for most of the movie, he just kind of stays out of things.
All right, sorry about that.
No problem at all, man. I was just going through a couple of the super chats there.
Okay.
But that's cool. I'll carry on with that later on. So where did we get to? They were under attack. They managed to escape in the APC.
I mean, yeah, that's one of those iconic scenes there with the shotgun. You know, like, it's like, if you think about the whole setup behind that, you know, first they were told to take all their ammunition out, and then Hicks pulls out his shotgun and says, I like to keep this handy for close encounters. You know, I heard that. It's like, Hicks, cover our ass. You know, Apone says that. Like, think about it for a second. Like, Hicks, cover our ass. With what? Harsh language? With harsh language? Yeah. It's such a dire, tense situation that they create in that.
Yeah. I'm just going to respond to this super chat here, actually, because one from Big Dave K. Thanks for your awesome reviews, Drinker. Do you mind if I keep using your voice clips for more hyena animations?
Oh, yeah.
Not at all, mate. Knock yourself out. They're great. I really like the first one.
I remember that. You posted that, and it was absolutely hilarious. Was it it was the hyena sitting in a chair?
And then he falls off and he's laughing.
Yeah, that was awesome. My wife and I loved that. Well done, sir. That was
Yeah,
fantastic.
the drawing was great. I really liked
Oh
it.
yeah, it was so good, and it was really, really good quality animation too.
Yeah.
So,
But I think as they escape, there's like an alien that gets it's like on top of the APC, so it bursts through the window above
yes,
Ripley, and
yeah,
I
and
love
she
her
slams on the
reaction
brake.
there.
Yep,
Yeah, she just slams on the brakes, knocks it off, and then just runs the fucking thing over.
yep.
You
Which,
could see, you could feel the satisfaction there. She's just like, "Fucking die!"
but what was so awesome again, and this is largely due to Sigourney Weaver's portrayal of the role, but the character, when the shit hits the fan, she puts her like paralyzing fear aside and does what needs to be done, but without a huge chip on her shoulder. She's not looking through the fourth wall and winking at the audience to be like, hey, see, look what I just did. Can we
Yeah,
all just stop for a second and tell me how awesome I am? Because the only person who could have done this better than me is Tessa Thompson. Let's just be fair.
yeah. She's making it up as she goes along.
Oh
Obviously,
yeah.
she's not particularly great at driving the APC
Hmm.
because she keeps crashing into walls and stuff. But like, she's
Yeah.
able to do it because
Exactly.
there's no choice,
Hmm.
and I think it plays out pretty well. And so, yeah,
All the
they get.
while, the movie is just the music. Your
Oh,
heart
it's
is
banging,
going.
absolutely
Yeah.
banging. Like, James Horner is a genius when it comes to
Hmm.
this soundtrack, and you really feel that kind of that pace and that kind of pulsing,
Yes.
yeah, that urgency of it.
Hmm.
So they get out,
Hmm.
and obviously they are in a bad way because they're
Yep.
fucking. Some of them are injured, a lot of them are
Hmm.
dead. They kind of talk about whether they should try and go back in and rescue some of the people that have been
Fuck
taken.
that.
They're like, yeah, Hudson, he's just the voice of the audience there. He's like, no fucking way, I'm not going in there.
We got 3 canisters of CN20. I say we go in there and nerve gas the whole fucking nest. Fuck that! I'm not going back in there. You can't make me.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like they talk about that, like they could use nerve gas on the aliens, and Hicks is
Hmm.
like, I don't know if it would even affect them. I'm like, well,
Exactly.
it's worth a try, isn't it?
Sure. Yeah.
Like hit them with everything, really. But anyway, they don't do that. They call in their dropship because Ripley decides, like, again, one of these iconic lines is like, I just
Yeah.
say we take off and nuke the entire site from orbit.
Exactly.
And Hudson's like, fucking A.
Yeah. Whoa. And then you got the voice of Burke there. Of like, whoa, 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 whoa. This place has got a substantial dollar value to it. And you're like, they can bill me.
Yeah, as if
Yeah.
that's going to persuade them to hold off. Like
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
at this point, when
Shit.
people are dead.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, that's a good idea. This place is pretty expensive. Let's not do that. Let's have a dialogue. Let's have a back and forth. Let's open up a Zoom call about this.
Yeah, I'll get corporate on the line. We can do a risk assessment. So they're like, nah, fuck that. There was one actually, I don't know where this fits into the timeline of it. I think it's probably just before they go into the nest, but you get a little scene with Bishop when he's examining one of the dead facehuggers. And
Yeah.
Spunkmeyer's like talking to him, saying asks him, if he needs anything else or whatever. And he's really distracted. And I like how it plays on this idea that maybe Bishop's not trustworthy, just like Ash wasn't in the first movie. Another android with an ulterior motive.
For sure.
Is he going to do? Is he going to turn against them and betray them? And it sets up that little distrust there. Obviously, Ripley doesn't like him anyway because of what happened to her. But I just thought it was quite cool. It gives you a little bit of doubt about him.
Oh, and that's all due to Lance Henriksen's awesome portrayal too. Like that is creepy as fuck when he's poking at it, and Spunkmeyer, as you said, says, that's a nice little pet you got there. Magnificent, isn't it? But when he turns around, hello, Bishop, do you need anything? And the way Lance Henriksen turns and looks at him with his eyes, completely open, you're just like, whoa, 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 dude, lay off the crack.
Yeah.
Like, whoa, what's with you?
He's quite good at playing that sort of uncanny way about him. It's like he's human but not quite, and it's quite unnerving, I guess.
Yeah.
So they've obviously decided, right, fuck it, we're gonna nuke the place. So they call in their dropship to pick them up, and that's when again things go wrong.
Things go wrong.
This was one of those moments where it's like, it's a little bit contrived that this should happen, but yeah, one of the aliens gets on board and kills the pilot, so the dropship crashes, and it just so happens to roll right into the APC and destroy that, and then carry on and destroy the the processing facility or damage it so that it's going to blow up. So it's like,
Right,
wow, that
right.
really fucked up their plans big time, didn't it?
Yeah,
Just one alien.
okay. Well, it's not quite as bad as some other movies like, oh, geez, as you pointed out in your Spider-Man review of just like, well, that was awfully convenient that happened. Or
Yeah.
in Endgame. I actually just watched Endgame and Infinity War the other day, and then I followed it up by watching your reviews on them again because I'm a fanboy that way. But you were calling out Nebula in regards to, well, that was providential. Like, what, why wasn't she just walking around or taking a dump or something like that, But now all of a sudden the entire
Yeah.
plot has been laid out, and Thanos knows what's going to happen.
I think that I really hate it in writing when it's like the entire plot of the movie rests on just a completely chance event like that.
Mm-hmm.
That she
For
happens
sure.
to glitch out just when he's there, and it shows like a
Yeah.
really incriminating piece of footage that totally just tells him exactly what's going on and what he needs to do
Exactly.
to stop it. It's like,
Oh,
wow, if
jig
that
is up.
hadn't happened, if that hadn't happened at that moment, the movie would just played out perfectly for the Avengers. Like he would have had no clue what was going on, and they would have achieved their mission, no problem. It's
And,
like,
and not to
it's a bit cheap.
I don't want to derail the topic too much because I want to stick to aliens, but I will say that if I had my pick, I like Infinity War so much better. It was such a solid movie. Endgame, as soon as they revealed the time travel thing, I'm like, fuck. This is what a fifth grader does when they're trying to like write a story. This is a cheap cop out. But anyway.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the Thanos from Infinity War was a much more interesting character with a
so
much more understandable
intimidating.
motivation. Yeah,
for sure.
Someone's mentioning here in chat as well, actually. I wasn't sure it was the shuttle crash that did the damage. I thought it was the fighting inside, the smart gun specifically. You could be right. I think there is a line from Bishop, I think, where he's like, the crash caused too much damage.
Exactly, yeah.
So
sure.
it probably was a combination. Like they obviously did fuck the place up pretty badly when they were shooting their guns in there, and I think it's probably that cumulative effect of all the different damage.
And that's that's a wise, very astute comment, because Ripley brings that up when she says, if they fire their weapons in there, whoa, hey, yo, hey. So it just makes you think of like, okay, maybe they did hit something.
Yeah. Well, at least it wasn't like this big spectacular explosion. It was just more like, okay, you've started a chain reaction that's going to cause it to eventually destroy itself.
Bishop here. I'm afraid I've got some bad news. It's a switch.
Yeah. Again, like Hudson, just a brilliant, like sarcastic comeback, But yeah, so that I guess their means of escape or is been taken out for the time being, so they've got no choice but to go back to the colony building and try and figure out what they're going to do next.
Again, call out to Newt's character, Carrie Henn, when she just as matter of factly says to Ripley, "I guess we're not going to be leaving now, right?"
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Newt. She goes, "Don't
but you
worry."
Get Hudson in the background is like shouting and wailing like, game over, man.
Apparently that was all improvised. He pulled that right out of his ass when he did that. Like the whole game over thing. Yeah, that was him totally improvising.
Oh, that's good. Like,
and again, as from an acting point of view, I'm sure once you've shot a certain scene like 100 times, okay, this is dropship explosion, take 24, and they just kind of maybe wing it, and it's just like, hey, that was awesome. Keep that. Put that in edit.
Yeah. No, it's really well done, and so I guess that's where they're at. So they have to figure out what the hell they're going to do next, and I think at this point that's when they find out that the station is going to overload because it starts venting emergency gas or something like to try and keep its pressure down. But they realize it's fucked, and now this is where the movie establishes like a time limit. Okay, you've got to you're going to have to get out of here within a certain time period because the place is going to blow.
It's very pretty, Bishop, but what are we looking at? And then Hudson. Oh, that's beautiful, man. That just beats it all.
Yeah,
he walks away, and you're.
Yeah, well, he obviously gets straight away. Like I guess because he's a more technical guy, he knows the implications of that, and he's like, "Yeah, that means it's going to blow up. We're fucked. Damn."
Yep. 4 more weeks and I'm out. I'm going to bite on this rock. It isn't fair, man. Hudson, give us a break.
Yeah. So again, like he's losing it, but it's Ripley who. I think Ripley kind of steps in at this point. She's like, "Right, shut the fuck up." Stop your whining.
Holy shit, we could go on for hours talking about what an awesome scene that is. when she steps up and like calls him out, he's definitely, he's at his wit's end, and she's just with that simple delivery of the line, Hudson, we need you, and I'm sick of your bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's so to the point without being bitchy.
Yeah. It doesn't come across as like, mean-spirited or anything. She's just like, yeah, you're losing it. You need to get your shit together and help us because we need your help. And
like you're a competent tech guy. I believe in your skills. We need you, and I'm sick of your bullshit. And up until now, like if you just like what is his bullshit? Well, that includes the the pomp and the posturing on the dropship when he's like state of the badass art. So finally, Ripley is coming into her own and just saying, "Listen, shut up. We need you."
Yeah. And it does settle him down, I guess, because he kind of quietens down then, and he's like, "Okay, I'm on it."
Yeah. Hudson,
just
relax, and he takes a deep breath and walks away. Yeah.
So you've got two people now who are sort of in charge. Like you've got Ripley who's coming up with ideas, and then you've got Hicks who's kind of in charge of the Marines, what's left of them, and he's there to kind of implement, I guess, what she's coming up with. So she hits upon the idea of like, okay, well, we need to get the other dropship down from the Sulaco. We can't use the transmitter on the APC because it's got blown up. So the only other one is like right at the other end of the facility. So they send Bishop out because again, Hudson's like,
the other was on the APC. It's wasted, man. How? Oh, I don't care. How? Well, what do you mean? The fuck? Shut up! Like that's such a good scene between Michael Biehn and Bill Paxton and that thing. Shut up! We're fucked. Shut up! And then he does.
Yeah.
It's tense. It's comical, but also extremely realistic too. It's so good.
And everyone kind of everyone contributes something to finding a solution. Like Hicks is the one who knows that they've got another transmitter within the colony itself.
Yeah.
And then Ripley's like, okay, well, someone's going to have to like use that. They'll have to go out there and patch into it and use that to fly the dropship down. So, okay.
And Hudson is like, yeah, I'm not doing that. No, fuck that. You can count me out.
Yeah, because he would be the obvious choice because it's like, well, you are the tech guy. You're the one who should be good at this. And then, because he's not willing to do it, that's when Bishop steps in. Yeah. And, he's like,
Bishop should do it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Good idea. Bishop should do it.
Yeah. Hudson just can't jump on that shit quick enough. It's like, great idea. You go. So that's what they're going to do. Bishop is sent out there. He's got to crawl through a pipe that's about 10 miles long. And I guess the rest of them are going to stay behind and fortify their position until he's finished his work. I do like, someone mentioned this in chat actually, like when he's getting into the pipe, Vasquez hands him a pistol and he looks at it for a second, then just hands it straight back.
Hands it over. Like, I don't need this.
Yeah, like what good is this going to do against like 100 aliens? It's like they either see me or they don't.
But also the line that he gives when he says, I'm going to go to the dropship. He says, believe me, I may be synthetic, but I'm not stupid. That's a great line right there. It's just like it shows that, he's a synthetic being, but he's obviously got some intellect or intelligence to be like, okay, well, I would rather not, but, duty calls.
Yeah. Someone mentioned here as well, we had to talk about it, the sentry guns, which were left out of the theatrical version, which I think is probably the biggest mistake because it's a great little scene.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I'm sure everyone's aware of it. Like they've managed to salvage a couple of these remote sentry guns from the wreckage that will automatically fire at anything that gets in their way. So they plant these in a tunnel that leads into the colony, and they just go at it like it's glorious.
But the awesome thing is that they also have a finite amount of ammo, which leads to the drama. The first time that you see them firing and they're tracking them on their like 1980s laptops there, of like A gun is dry, 50 on B. And you're like, oh shit, is this gonna work?
What a great way of building up a tense scene. You're watching the counter drain down, and they're getting more and more tense because initially they're like, holy fuck, we're killing loads of them here, but it keeps going and going, and it's like, well, they're almost out of ammo, and you can see them getting more and more worried.
Yep.
And then I think they end up
lots.
Yeah. Well, it ends up that you can hear them thumping on the door because they get past the guns when they run out, and they're like hammering on the door to try and get in, and you're like, fuck, like it's just quite a cool thing. Like, you know, they probably can't break through that particular door, but you just know that they're there, and they know where you are, and they're trying to get to you. So
they're at the pressure door. They're probably looking for another way in. That'll take them a while. Maybe we got them demoralized.
Yeah. He gets all the best lines.
Oh, Bill Paxton. Holy shit. I need to drink more to that man.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think, once they've done that, like, Bishop's now busy trying to patch into the dish, and it's a bit of a lull in the movie before the next big action set piece happens. So I think this is where Ripley puts Newt into like bed in the med bay. She's like, you need to like rest or something. And she goes off to speak with Hicks, and that's where she's like, you know, if I get one of these things inside me, one of these chest bursters, like, she's kind of like, I want you to kill me, basically. I don't want to go out like that.
And this is a scene that I've discussed with my wife numerous times about why Ellen Ripley is such an awesome character, because you've seen her, you know, step up to the plate, do what needs to be done. She's earned the respect of the Marines for being the one who saved their ass, but she still allows herself to be vulnerable. So in this moment of, you know, calm, she says to Hicks, I'm not going to end up like the others. You know, you'll take care of it, won't you? That is a line that you would not see in modern cinema. Like, I will personally pay anyone in the chat $1,000 if Tessa Thompson or Brie Larson would ever utter a line like that in a movie, where like Ripley says to the male character, hey, if shit goes down, you'll take care of it, right? Because I sure as shit don't want to do it. It's so awesome. It's so good. She admits vulnerability, and that's when Hicks tries to say to her, hey, listen, you know, if it comes to that, I'll do us both. You know, but it's so great in regards to the character of Ripley, because she's capable, but she's a reluctant hero. She doesn't want this role. Yeah. You know, she doesn't want to be in this position.
Yeah. The like the possibility of being, you know, impregnated by one of these aliens that's the fear that she's been living with this whole time, and now that she's seen it play out in front of her just minutes before, she's like, that's solidified, like, that's not how I'm going to die, like, I would rather someone killed me. And like you say, it's great that she asks him to do it rather than just like, oh, I'll take care of it myself. But then that is what prompts him to then give her a gun, because he's like, look, I'm going to give you this to protect yourself with. She doesn't ask for it.
No,
she doesn't want that gun from him, but he's like, I want you to take this because I want you to be able to protect yourself, so that you know, I don't have to watch over you the whole time.
And fan keeping aside, like, I mean, again, as a fan of the pulse rifle, I mean, this is the time when you see the pulse rifle fully introduced to the audience of like, I want to introduce you to a personal friend of mine, you know, and her response is kind of like acquiescence of like, okay, what do I do? It's not like, oh yeah, cool, give it to me. That's the most awesome thing I've ever seen. You know, like, oh man, that's an extension of my imaginary penis. No, it's so good. You know, she's like, I don't want this thing, but show me what to do.
Yeah, and when she actually is holding it, she's kind of awkward, and she doesn't, you know, you can tell she's uncomfortable with it because she's not a soldier. She's not used to being around guns, and so you know, he's having to show her how to do it, how to hold it properly, and all the rest of it. Like, if this movie had been made now, she would have been like, I want a gun this thing. Because and like, and she would have a bit of target practice or something where she would like nail it perfectly in the bullseye, like straight away, and like everyone like, holy shit, she can do a good job.
Yeah. She can fire an M41. Oh yeah.
So but again,
I just want to call out a little bit to the prop department here, and maybe this was an intentional, maybe it wasn't, but this was just my own observation. If you watch this scene again, when Hicks says to her, hey, I want to introduce you to a personal friend of mine. This is an M41A pulse rifle, 10 millimeter with over under 30 millimeter pump action grenade launcher. When he says pump action and you hear the ratcheting sound, the camera instantly the camera instantly pans back to Ripley to show her reaction, but you never see him actually actuate the pump, because they only made one hero rifle for this entire movie. The rest of them were just dummy props. So that makes you think that through clever editing and camera cuts, You think you saw him actuate the grenade launcher. He never actually did. And I think
Okay.
that's a credit to James Cameron. Like, you were left with the impression of like, holy shit, what the hell? The only time you ever see the pump action work is when Frost is prepping the armaments before they leave, like when he's prepping all the weapons and he's wearing that awesome shirt, and then when Ripley at the end. So
Yeah.
that's it.
That's interesting.
Okay,
I always thought it was just. Yeah, I always thought that was just like you say. It was to show her reaction, because she kind of flinches when she does it, when he does it, and she's like, "Oh fuck," This is like too extreme for me. I don't want to mess with grenades, but
yeah, and that's the brilliant of James Cameron's cinematography, or whoever it was that did the photography in that. Because if you rely on your memory, you think you saw something you didn't actually see, and that is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
So
no, it's really good stuff. And what was the other bit I was going to mention? Yeah, he gives her the motion tracker as well, which again is going to be important later. But it's not awkwardly introduced. It's kind of like there's an obvious reason for it. He's like, I'm giving this to you so that I can keep track of you and keep you safe. And she's like, thanks. There's like a kind of a slight bonding to them, but then straight away he's like, it doesn't mean we're engaged or anything.
Oh, absolutely. And then she chuckles, and then they move on, and there is absolutely no. Well, what do you mean? Are you trying to establish your patriarchy over me? No, there was none of that shit. It was a throwaway line. She thought it was funny, and then they move on. It's just, again, a testament to what the movies were like circa 1986.
Yeah, they were better in a nutshell.
Oh, geez, yeah.
So I think
we started on that.
So I think that's the point then, when she goes to the med bay to rest, I guess, for a while. And I think she falls asleep for a bit with Newt, because
she goes to check on Newt, and she puts the pulse rifle down, and that's the moment where you see that Newt isn't asleep on the bed that she laid her down at, and Ripley is like, wait, what? Where is she? And the music again adds to the tension. Ripley goes to look for it and sees that Newt is sleeping underneath the bed. I mean, it's a common thing amongst soldiers who come back from duty. They've been living in sparse conditions, and they haven't had the comforts of home for such a long time, that when they finally come home and they have the comfort of a warm bed, they still sleep on the floor because the bed feels weird to them.
Yeah.
So it was just a great scene.
Yeah. It's so. Yeah, she has that like a little chat with Newt, and then she falls asleep, and then that's when she wakes up, and there she sees the empty jars that had the facehuggers in them, which again is a great way of just introducing straight away. What's happened. It's like, you see that had facehuggers in it. They're empty now. They're lying on the floor. Fuck. She's
Newt, wake up. We're in trouble.
Yeah, like you see the reaction in her eyes. She's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And she goes to reach for the pulse rifle, and that's when the first facehugger comes at her.
Yeah, and it's not there.
Yes, it's outside, isn't it?
And she looks outside the window and she sees the pulse rifle, which is interesting in itself that Burke didn't take the pulse rifle with him. He just put it outside on the counter. And Sigourney Weaver, again, she looks at it and she sort of does that sort of, I don't even know if that's a smirk or a grimace or something. It's kind of like fuck, of course it's out there. It's so good.
Yeah. So obviously she's trying to get attention of the people in the operations center. So it's like, fuck, we need help, and Burke sees to it that the camera goes off, and she actually, I always thought this was quite resourceful. Actually, she sets off the fire alarm to get them in, and again, I like how during that scene, she's looking around, she's desperately trying to see where this facehugger is. She knows it's somewhere, but she can't quite see it. And occasionally you'll get this little shot of it skittering about on the floor.
Well, you hear the sound of it, and that's enough to make you, to give you the to scare you, because you hear it, but you can't see it, and that is worse than anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, it's and you know it's going to come at her at some
Yeah.
point, and sure enough, it does. And someone
But
mentioned again,
yeah.
I'm looking at chat here, and they're like, this the way it was done, it was like a mechanical, like a puppet, essentially a prosthetic thing
Oh
that
yeah.
came at her, but they shot it in reverse, so it actually
Yes.
was moving away from her when they did it in real
Oh,
life, and then they just reversed it, so
no
it comes straight at
way.
her. Apparently, yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Because I saw a video about it once, and it was like how they did this scene, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like how it cuts quickly back and forth between
Yeah.
it moving along the ground, and then you see it from Ripley's point of view, how it comes straight at the camera, right at her
Mm.
face. And
Okay.
yeah, it was done in reverse apparently for
Okay.
whatever reason. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
The only
but
other time I ever saw that was in that Kurt Russell movie called Soldier. I don't know if you ever saw that. That's a fantastic B movie that came out.
yeah,
Um,
I've seen it. Yeah.
but there's a scene where when he's got the minigun, and he comes out of the water and fires the minigun and takes out the soldiers. That
Hmm.
was shot in reverse, because if you notice, the flames are actually moving in the opposite direction. The story is that Kurt Russell, when he fired that prop gun, it was so powerful it knocked him right on his ass. So they had to put the whole scene in reverse. But in the movie, like when you watch it, you don't notice that the flames are actually not flickering up; they're flickering down. Um, anyway,
No,
uh,
that's a cool little bit of trivia actually.
okay, I'm a nerd. Never mind. So.
So yeah, like obviously Hicks and the others, like they hear the alarm go off
Mhm.
and they know that she's in trouble, so they go in there.
But before
Ripley's
we move on,
wrestling with one of them.
sorry, I just want to call out the fact that this, again, testament to Ellen's character. When Newt says to her, "Ripley, I'm scared," and Ripley admits to her, "So am I," or "Me
Yeah,
too." Like, rather than just say, don't worry, kid, I got this. Nah, it'll be fine.
it'll be
Like,
fine.
no, don't worry, kid. There's nothing to be scared about. I got this. No, Ripley admits to her vulnerability. And that's something that you have pointed out in your Ray videos of like, no, vulnerability equals bad. We can't do that. No, 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 no,
Yeah,
no. Again, we get a glimpse into regards to the fact that Ripley is capable. She pulled out, like you said, she pulls the cigarette lighter out of her pocket, sets off the fire alarm, but she's still scared.
yeah,
She's just as frightened as the audience is. Awesome.
yeah. Which is it's exactly what you want from your main character. Like
Hell
they
yeah.
are smart and resourceful, but like they
Yep.
are human. They are scared. They
Yep.
they
Hmm.
can be frightened by things. So no,
Hmm.
it plays out great. So yeah, they I like this because Hicks and the others rock up, and Hicks just immediately sees what's going on, and he's like, "Fuck, shoot the
Yeah.
glass out!" Like
Yeah.
it takes him like half a second to work out exactly what's happening and what he needs to do. So
Yeah.
they burst on in, and Hudson I think takes out one of them, and they manage to get the other one
Hmm.
off of Ripley, and then they nail that as well, and that's when they figure out that Burke was the one who was behind it.
Well, I
Um,
remember the first time I saw this movie, because they established early on in the movie, we've got 4 pulse rifles with about 50 rounds each. That's not so
mhm.
good. So they've got a finite amount of ammo. The amount of ammunition that Hudson wastes on this thing of like, dude, whoa, hey, pull back a little.
Yeah, it's like he can't fucking hit it. It's like right by his foot, and he's like
Exactly.
blasting away at this thing. I guess it's like total adrenaline rush. Like, oh, fucking
Exactly.
die.
Yeah, boom, 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 and then he like shoots it several times after he's already nailed it. Like, dude, you what? And again, circa 1986, the sound effects that they gave to the pulse rifle, you don't really have a good idea of how many rounds it's firing. So if you've got 50 rounds, it's like, how many rounds did he just fire? He did like
Yeah,
so I don't know.
yeah. I like the fact as well. Like Newt, the only way Newt actually survives this is like the facehugger's coming up from behind like a big crate of something,
Yes.
and she slams it against the wall, and it
And
traps its
traps its
tail. Yeah,
tail. Yeah.
and
That brilliant.
it's counterintuitive, isn't it? Because like your
Yeah.
instinct would be to run away from it, but the only way you can keep it from getting you is to like go closer to it and push this thing against the wall. And again, it says a bit about her character that she doesn't just panic and run. It's like she's smart
Exactly.
enough to know what she has to do to stay alive.
And God bless prepubescent Carrie Head, and she's got a scream that is beyond human comprehension. Like, it is piercing. Do not
Yeah,
do not watch this movie with your headphones on, because her scream will pierce right through your eardrums.
She does it quite a lot now that I remember it. Like, there's a few times where she has to do a bit of screaming, like she falls down tunnels and stuff. But yeah, like I guess the one thing I didn't mention was like when Ripley has a bit of a confrontation with Burke early on, and she's like, "Yeah, I've checked the sort of colony logs, and you're the one who actually sent them out there to find that alien ship. So you're the reason all this happened, and you did it knowing that this was going to happen." And you know, he gives some like shitty excuse. But she is a little bit naive in the sense that she's like, "Yeah, as soon as we get out of this and we get home, I'm going to tell everyone exactly what you did and nail you." And it's like, well, you're backing him into a corner there. Like, do you not think he's potentially going to do something to retaliate?
Right.
But I think again that shows a little bit of naivety and maybe a bit of you know, she didn't really think the situation through before she said that. She just kind of raged at him and then stormed off.
And a bit of an Easter egg, the date that she gives him, what is it, 10/79/79 or something like that, is the actual release date of the original Alien.
Really?
Yes. 10/7/79 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Oh, that's a good little fact as well. So yeah, that's kind of the reason why he set the facehugger on her, because one, it's going to take her out of action, and it's going to allow him to smuggle these things back, because again, the company wants a hold of these aliens for reasons. But anyway, he gets discovered. She's like, you know, it was Burke. And so Burke, Hudson's first response is like, yeah, we'll fucking kill him.
Yeah, I'm going to grease this rat fuck son of a bitch right now. You know, it's like that just shows that he's a jarhead. You know, like, okay, yeah, I believe Ripley. Like, I'm not going to think about this any more than what she just told me. I believe you. This guy's an asshole.
Yeah.
And Hicks Hicks is like, wait, what? We don't know. You know, he's a little bit more intellectual. Hudson is a trigger. Hicks is like, let's think about this. And then that's when we get into the exposition of where Ripley goes, hey, listen, the only way he could do it is here.
Yeah, so he's like, he would basically, you know, make sure that Newt and Ripley got infected with this thing, and then sabotage all of their hypersleep chambers so they would all die, and he would be the only one who could tell them what had happened. So yeah, he was going to kill everyone. But
you're dog meat, pal. Yeah.
But what I love is that Hicks takes like 2 seconds longer to think about it, and then he's like, yeah, we should waste him, actually.
Exactly.
He was just straight up ready to murder him. And that's...
But again, the little nod to earlier where he says, yeah, okay, fuck it, we waste him, no offense, which gives a little nod to the earlier kind of condescending comment that Burke gave to him earlier. He's just a grunt, no offense.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's lovely little callback there. Smart writing in a script, you know,
for sure.
But that's when everything goes wrong again, and the aliens attack. So the lights go out, and you know, they're like, "Fuck!" They've cut the power, and Hudson quite rightly says, "Like, well, how would they know how to do that? Like,
they're animals, man."
So I guess they are. I guess they are really intelligent, but I was a little bit like, okay, they are still aliens. Like, I don't know if they would really understand what power is and how they can control it. But yeah, they do it anyway. The lights go out, and they're
but again,
Hudson and Vasquez go out with the motion sensors.
Sure, but that leaves it up to you as the audience to once again of like, did they really cut the power, or maybe they did? Who knows? Like, that again is the mystery. And again, you so brilliantly pointed this out in your reviews of Prometheus and Covenant. So thank you again for those. These are movies that we as the audience never asked for. We don't want to know, you know, the history of these aliens. The less we know, the scarier they are to us. You know, so did they cut the power? Are they sentient enough to understand human technology? I don't know, obviously, but shit, you know, they cut the power. And that's all we need to know.
Yeah, that's enough. And so, the lights are out, and you get this really cool, like, red kind of color scheme now. I guess, like, it's pretty obvious red's dangerous, you know, but it looks good. And that's when they go out with the motion sensors to figure out what's happening. And that's when, you know, you just see a fucking mass of aliens coming at them. Like, the entire screen is, like, starting to turn white with it. And we were talking about this before, like, as a device to build up the tension. The motion trackers are just brilliant. Like, you hear the ping as it starts to pick up a signal, and it gets louder and closer together as the
And
thing's closing in on you.
And it's getting closer, and they're like, how can that be? That's inside the room. Like,
Yes.
it's reading right, man. Well, you're not reading it right. As the audience, you're like, what the fuck is going on? Wait, what?
Yeah.
How? Why? How? This is not going to be fine.
No, it won't be fine.
No, it won't be fine. How? Or how as the drinker would say it. How? I'm sorry, I can't do a Scottish accent. I apologize. You've done this a couple of times. How? Why?
How?
Why? Thank you. There you go.
Fuck, what was I even going to say there?
But then Hudson or Hicks, give me the flashlight. Or like, he doesn't believe Hudson. Give me that. You're obviously not reading it right. So he grabs the tracker and sees that, okay, Hudson is not making this up. And he pokes his head up through the rafters with the flashlight, and you get the panning around, and then you see them. And hilarious little bit of trivia, if memory serves correctly, they only had, I think, 6 people in total in these alien suits. But the way that they edited the movie, it made you as the audience think that there were more.
Yeah. You never see many of them on screen at the same time, which is fine. Like, you don't need
to. Yeah.
It's dark. It's there's flashing, like the flash of the muzzle flares from the guns as they're going off. You just see these shapes like leaping over things and coming at them. That's fine. That's all you need.
For sure.
But I think it's interesting as well. Ripley's the one who figures out where the aliens are. Like, she's the one who first looks up, and then everyone else kind of slowly looks up, and Hudson's like, "Oh my God, fuck!"
But in terms of cinematography, think about that for a second. Like, again, I'm looking through this through the eyes of a kid that was born, at the time when this movie came out. The cinematography of that, of where are they coming from? This doesn't make sense. And then they pan up and look. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that in modern cinema.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Someone in the chat, tell me if you've seen something even remotely close to that without exhaustive verbal exposition. But the music and the fact that they look up to the ceiling, you as the audience watch that scene and you're like, oh, fuck. Because something we missed, and Hicks says, we didn't miss anything. They allude to that earlier in the scene. Well, obviously they did, because the aliens are coming through the ceiling. How else, Brilliant. Amazing stuff.
Yeah. And this is where we get one of the most spectacular last stands in history. Where,
this is where you, props to Drinker for calling this out in his number 1.
I mean, a whole bunch of shit kind of happens all at the same time. So the aliens burst in, the Marines are taking them on. Burke makes a run for it in the confusion and seals himself behind a door. So Ripley goes after him. And that's when Hudson makes his last stand, and it's just incredible to watch. Like, the fact that he's screaming abuse at these aliens as he guns them down, brilliant. The fact that his character is turned into an absolute badass hero that he always wanted to be, it's brilliantly done.
And you can tell that was the first thought that I saw when I saw Starship Troopers, if you remember that one. There's what's his face. They totally rip off that scene almost a line for line, and you're just like, okay, anyone who's seen Aliens knows exactly where you just got your inspiration from, but no one has done it better than Hudson. All of a sudden he steps up and he becomes the badass that we always kind of believed that he was, and he's no longer this chicken shit. He's like, you want some of this? I haven't got all day. Fuck you. No, fuck you. It was awesome.
And even when they burst up through the floor and they kind of drag him down, like, he even fires a burst down into the floor to try and take out the one that's pulling him down. Like, he properly goes down swinging.
Without, there's no pansy ass nest. There's no screaming. There's no, oh my God, sorry for the patriarchy. No, it's just like, he's trying to go down like the fighter that he was from the very beginning. And it is, again, you called it out in eloquent detail in your last stand video of just like, he with every last fiber of his being, he's the hero that he is.
And with that in mind, I'm going to take a drink for
Here's to you, Bill.
Hudson.
Here's to you, Bill Paxton. You left us far too soon, sir.
Excellent. So yeah, the
Why
others
put her in charge?
retreat. Yeah. So the others retreat, and that's when Burke gets taken out, and that was satisfying. Interestingly enough, in the extended version, you actually see Ripley running into him in the alien nest later on, and he's been face-huggered.
Drinker, educate me on this, because I have never seen actual footage of that. I have searched high and low, and apparently that footage was actually shot, but I have never actually seen it. It is.
So she's doing her bit later on, and she's gone after Newt, and she's just in that sort of section where she's making her way through the sort of dark tunnels of the nest, and she's on edge because she's pointing her guns all different ways, waiting for something to attack her, and she kind of backs into Burke, who's like being cocooned in the wall.
Yeah, and he says, "Oh my God, I can feel them," or something.
Yeah, he's like, I can feel it inside me or whatever. So he's obviously been hit with a face hugger, and the chest bursters inside him. And so I don't think Ripley says anything to him, but she gives him one of the grenades from her bandolier thing. And, the implication is he's going to use it to blow himself up.
Yeah.
And he takes it off her, and then she moves on. And I don't know if you actually hear it go off or whatever, but I think you can assume that he uses that to kill himself. So she gives him a little bit of mercy.
Sure.
I guess because she's seen how horrific it is, and she wouldn't wish that even on a guy like him. So I think it was a good way for his character to go out, rather than as it stands, you just see the alien kind of, hit him, but you don't really find out what happens to him after that. Like it's just it's left open, I guess.
Okay, I've never actually seen that footage. I will, as many times as I've seen this movie, I have never seen that. I've only read about it in a script or something like that, where he, the interchange between the two of them, but I've never seen it.
I only saw it once, and it was rough. Like, I don't know if it had been recorded from a tape or whatever and put onto YouTube, but it was definitely there on YouTube. So yeah. So that's so he's gone. The rest of them pile into the air ducts and try to pull out, I guess.
Yeah.
And again, the movie manages to keep up this brilliant sense of pace, because as they're retreating, Hicks is on the radio to Bishop, saying like, "Well, what the hell? Where's our dropship? Because we're pulling out now, and we need it right now." And he's like, "Yeah, it's on its way. It's going to be there in like a few minutes." So everything's kind of converging now on their escape. So they've got to get there now, and this is their chance to get out. But obviously, they're being tailed by the aliens. Vasquez is trying to hold them off until she runs out of ammo. She goes out like an absolute boss as well, because she keeps fighting until she runs out of bullets. She even takes one out, basically,
which
eye
was
to eye, pretty much.
Totally awesome. And again, this is where the nerds will weigh in, especially me. I'm sorry, but they explain earlier on that the M41A is caseless, but when you see her in the tunnel firing, you see shell casings firing out of the pulse rifle, and you're like, wait, what? But yeah, you're totally right. She runs out of ammunition. Another one comes out of the, above her. She pins it against the wall with her foot, pulls out a sidearm and lays into it with her foot, until she runs out of ammunition. And you're just like, Janine, you are a queen as far as I'm concerned. Like, God bless you, man. You went out like a total badass. Like, ladies and gentlemen, Tessa Thompson, not that you're listening, that's how you do it. All right? Pay attention.
Yeah. So she's done everything she can. I think it's assumed, or it's shown that the acid from the alien damages her leg. So she's crippled. And
she cries out in pain, and she's like, "Oh no!" Like, not like, "Oh, I'll be fine. Don't worry, this toxic masculinity blood just burnt my leg. I'll be fine." No, man. She realizes she's in genuine trouble.
Yeah, she knows she's probably going to die there because she can't now walk or run to escape. But that's when Gorman goes back for her, and even he gets a little bit of a hero moment where he's trying to help.
Thank you. Thank you exactly for calling that out. That is the moment where Gorman redeems himself, because up until now, we've been like, oh, geez, what a chicken shit. You know, like, why is he a lieutenant? Wait, what? And he, at this moment, becomes a hero to go back and save Vasquez.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, because we get a nod to that earlier in there's an earlier scene when he comes out of his coma or whatever it was after he's unconscious, and he says to Ripley, hey Ripley, I just want to say, and she cuts him off and says, forget about it. And Gorman turns over and looks at Vasquez, who's got a pulse rifle in her hand, and she just shoots him daggers. Like she's got a fuck you, you asshole. And he gets it. Like, he gets that message from her. But the fact that in this part of the movie, when he goes back and rescues her, it's just, yeah, it is so good. You know, and Vasquez doesn't say to him, oh, fuck you, I don't want your help. She's like, no. Thank you. And then they realize they're in this life or death situation, no other choice but to go out with a bang, pardon the pun. And so she gets one final dig at him. You always were an asshole.
But I think that was it was said in kind of a not a friendly way, but almost like a little bit of endearment there. It's like she's kind of saying, like, you're an asshole for sacrificing yourself to come back and try and save me. But you know, they clutch each other's hands, I guess, when they're holding the grenade to blow each other up. So, you know, they don't even need to say anything. Like, he's not saying like, oh, so do you think we should kill ourselves with this or what? She gets what he's saying, and you know, they do it, and it's well played out, I would say.
It was so good. Yeah, and her delivery of that line is just like, hey, we're both going to die. I know we're going to die. You know we're going to die. But I just want to get this in. You're an asshole, Gordon. Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Yeah. She's got a great way to go out. So another character that's was excellent and had a great sort of last stand. So they blow themselves up, and the blast knocks Newt off a kind of, it's like a vent or something that she's climbing over, and she falls down into the lower part of the colony. And that's when I guess Ripley and Hicks have to go after her. But fortunately, she's got the tracker thing, which is really useful.
And as a little bit of a behind the scenes, apparently Carrie had so much fun sliding down that little chute that she wanted to do it over and over again. So James Cameron and crew apparently indulged her and said, okay, you can do that. And then they were like, okay, listen, we need to continue shooting.
Yeah.
So
you need to act terrified.
Yes, thank you. So I just think that's kind of funny.
Well, what's the other scene that I thought was really good actually is she's in like a pool of water underneath, and Ripley and Hicks are coming after it, and they're trying to cut through the grate above so they can get her out. But then an alien rises up out the water behind her, and it looks incredible. Like when it comes up out the water, and the water is just like sluicing off the black kind of carapace of it. It moves perfectly. It's done in slow motion. It doesn't look even slightly fake. It's just this monster rising up out the water, and it's perfectly done. And the fact that they did this without CGI, wow.
And that is the scene that they actually showed. Someone in the chat could probably correct me if I'm wrong, but the 1987 or 1986 Oscars or something, probably 1987, but where Aliens was up for best cinematography or something, that's the scene that they showed. And I distinctly remember that because I was watching the Oscars at the time, and they showed that scene with Carrie Henn in the water, and they're cutting through the grate, and climb down, honey. We have to cut down. And she, okay. And you get that tension, and then she turns around, and then, like you said, the alien comes out of the water. And I remember watching the Oscars, and that's where they cut it. To leave the audience kind of gasping. And that's the scene that they chose for cinematography. And I can't remember if it won or not, but I just remember seeing that and just being, holy fuck, that scared the shit out of me.
Yeah. So what cool. The way the scene plays out, like Ripley desperately wants to get to Newt, but there's like, they have to cut through this metal thing first. And it's like she's literally feet away from her, but she can't get to her. in
Yeah.
time. Like the character is like desperate to try and get through,
Yeah.
and you see that again the motion tracker comes in, and there's like aliens closing in on them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's getting closer and closer, and Hicks is getting through the grate slowly, but it's just not in time.
Well, just again, that
brilliant.
back and forth, that dialogue that they have of like, Hicks, I know, hurry,
Yeah.
I know, I mean it,
Yeah.
and like Hicks, there's no, how do you describe it? Like, I can't, you would probably do a lot better job at, explaining the kind of, dynamic between the two. She's trying to explain to him the severity of the situation. He gets it. She's not browbeating him with it, and neither is he. But you, as the audience, get the feeling that, oh shit, like, no, you gotta hurry. And Hicks is like, I'm moving as fast as I can, and she's like, I mean it. You need to hurry the fuck up. And he's like, I'm sorry, this tool can only work as fast as it can, but I'm trying.
The way I interpreted it was kind of like that, where it's like he knows exactly how urgent the situation is.
Yeah, for sure.
He's got something to do. Like his task is to cut through the grate, whereas she can't really do anything at that moment to help. And so because she's so like worked up and frustrated, she's like, the only thing she can do is just try and urge him on, I guess.
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, you have to hurry. And he's like, I know I have to hurry. I cannot go any faster than I'm going. And like that's the kind of dynamic you've got there. And that's what people do in tense situations. Like, even though they know it's going to do absolutely nothing, like it's not going to make them work any faster. It's what you do because you feel powerless,
And that's amplified by the scene that just precedes that. Because when she's capped, like when the alien gets her and Ripley loses her shit and she starts screaming, and Hicks tries to console her, and she's like, irrationally screaming at him, saying, they don't kill you, and Hicks says, I believe you, she's alive, but we gotta go now. That's the moment you see Ripley completely lose her composure. She's like, no, absolutely no, they don't kill you, and Hicks believes her, so it's so well played out.
And again, when you see the special edition and you know that Ripley had a daughter that she's lost, like this is put into more context, because
absolutely.
It's like, okay, she's about to lose another one, surrogate daughter that she's bonded with, and so she's desperate to do anything that she can. So I guess like Hicks is able to, get through to her. Like, we might be able to go and get her later, but we need to get out of this situation right now because we're going to get swamped. So they retreat, and they get hit by another alien that injures Hicks. Like his armor gets sprayed with acid. So I guess the point of that is like it's just to put him out of action so that he can't help her later on.
For sure.
So he's injured.
At this moment, actually, I'm going to take a pause and say that you should answer some more super chats while I drain some more alcohol.
Okay.
All right,
cool. I'll do that. What have we got here? Salad Cream Boy at 1984. Here's some drinking money. That's all I've got for today. Go away now. Thanks, man. But you're not gone away because you came back with another super chat. Also completely unrelated. Just been listening to a boss version of the Dalek Suite, and it reminds me, are you going to make a Drinker Fixies The Timeless Kids? What, from Doctor Who? I don't think I could fix any of that mess. It's beyond redemption. So yeah, I couldn't even start on that one. Ross Irvin donated £1. Thank you, sir. The Fervid Actor donated $1.99. Drink on. Thank you. Ragnok Ufbert donated $2. Jägermeister. I don't actually have any Jägermeister here, but I'll put some of that money towards it. So thanks, man. JDM donated £10. Look here, mate. I want an analysis of human reality. Who are you to say that this isn't a movie? It might be. It might all be a simulation. We just don't know. Reagan Devar. Drinker, you tipsy yet talkative man of the people. As a Scotsman, what's your take on Train Spotting with Ewan McGregor? Yeah, excellent movie. I mean, you can't really fault it. It's not a movie I enjoy rewatching, if I'm honest, because, like, for obvious reasons, pretty much all the characters in it are irredeemable assholes, and it's just like a kind of unpleasant people living in complete squalor, taking drugs, and I found it hard to get behind any of them. I think the only guy I really liked was Spud. He just seemed like he was unfairly caught up in all of this. But it's one of those movies that's just been on and it gets replayed forever. So it's definitely a movie of its time, that's for sure. Shurgi Name Generator. Hey Drinker and Danquish, did either of you ever check out the Expanse TV series that used to run on Sci-Fi, but is now handled by Amazon? I haven't seen it yet. Millions of people have recommended it to me, and I will get round to watching it. I've just got a few other things that I've got to review first.
I'll chime into that and say that The Expanse is definitely on my list of now that I've been working from home since March, it's like one of those things that I want to watch. But I feel like it's one of those things that I need to give my full attention to. It's not something that I can have playing on the second monitor while I'm working, because by all accounts, it sounds like a spectacular show, and I really want to be able to concentrate on it.
Yeah, cool. Well, there we go.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just clicked on the wrong thing there. Yep. Too many drinks. Right. So what had we said there? Yeah. So I guess Hicks has been injured. They get aboard the dropship, and it's Ripley's saying to Bishop, "Okay, well we can't leave yet because we need to go after Newt." So again, you've got the ticking clock situation. The processor unit is getting close to exploding. So this is like a last desperate shot to go in and get her.
And it's not like Bishop is an asshole in this thing. He's just being pragmatic. Like he just says to her, "Hey, listen, if we don't leave, this place is going to be an explosion the size of Nebraska." And she's like, "We're not leaving." And you don't get the impression that Bishop is up to any type of malfeasance. Ripley says, "No, fuck you, we're not leaving." Okay.
Yeah. I always wondered, does he have to obey her? She's a human, but then she's not a Marine or anything, so it's not like she outranks him or that. So I don't know if Hicks then chimes in and he's like, "Yeah, we have to go and get her."
Well, he says we're not leaving. We're not going anywhere.
So yeah, he's fully behind Ripley. Anyway, so they then fly in to go and rescue her, and then you get probably one of the most awesome gearing up sequences I've ever seen. It's on par with Commando.
But I'd also like to call out the scene of just before that. Like Hicks, the male, is injured. He's injecting himself with some form of painkiller, and he says to her, "Don't be gone." Like she introduces herself to him in a moment of kind of amidst all the tension. She says to her, she reveals her first name, Ellen. And he says to her, "Don't be gone long, Ellen." And it's that interpersonal connection that humanizes them both. It's just such a well played out scene.
I think that's only in the special edition as well. I don't think that was in the theatrical cut, because he gives his name and it's like Dwayne or something, and
Dwayne.
Ellen.
It's Dwayne. Yeah.
I honestly don't think that was in the theatrical one, because I only remember seeing it later and I was like, "Oh wow, his name's Dwayne." Never knew that.
You very well may be right. I've watched the extended edition so many times now that the theatrical cut is but a distant memory, and to the point that the theatrical cut is everything that was absolutely missing from the theatrical cut. It's like all of these scenes are absolutely essential.
Yeah. He's wishing her luck, and he's out of action, so he can't help her directly, but he's going to wait in the dropship for her to go and try and get Newt. So she this is awesome actually. She puts together a flamethrower and a pulse rifle together and makes some kind of uber weapon
with duct tape.
Duct tape and the sling from the weapon, and it just looks cool as fuck. Like when you see her getting ready on the elevator, it's like, God, that's just awesome. Like I love scenes like that in movies where a character's gearing up for their big battle. They're loading guns and equipment.
And again, I'll give a call out to the M41A that I just finished building. I put actually an airsoft 870 shotgun inside this one, and the 870, the way that it works is it's got an action release lever that's beside the trigger that you're supposed to depress Otherwise, you can't pull the slide back. And when Ripley is loading the grenades into her grenade launcher and she pumps it in order to load it, you don't see her pressing that button. And it's awesome because I had to disable mine on mine. Like I actually had to file down the mechanism on the inside so that you could actually do that. So it just makes me think that the prop makers who made the M41, hero rifle, they thought of that not only for practicality purposes, but just for how it would look on screen. She loads the grenades in, she pumps the slide, bang, away you go.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I recall that she really has to work it as well. Does she not have to turn the gun vertical so that she can work the pump on it? Like she really has to put all her effort into it because again, she's not a Marine. She's not used to this stuff.
And the hilarious thing is that if you hear any of the behind the scenes footage, the combination of all of these elements, the Thompson, the Remington 870, the real metal from the SPAS 12, the resin shrouds, the gun is heavy. And now that I've finished the second pulse rifle, I can definitely attest to the fact that this thing is heavy as fuck. And so the reason why they made resin replicas for the movie is so that the actors wouldn't have to carry this like 1,000-pound prop with them all day, because it would be cumbersome as hell. To carry this thing all day would be absolute murder. Because once you stick the 870 in the front, this thing is heavy. It is absolutely not balanced at all, but it's cool as hell. So the M41A that Sigourney fires at the end, that's the first time that you actually see the hero rifle in actually on screen. But yeah, it was heavy. So
yeah, I mean, I imagine with the flamethrower attached, it's even worse. She looks like she's struggling to lift that thing. But presumably, it's a pretty.
Ruby Rose could do it.
Ruby Rose, yeah. But yeah, so she goes in and I guess she's got to try and get to Newt. Like she's got the tracker, which makes sense. So she knows kind of roughly where to go. But then by the time she gets there, it's been removed, isn't it? It's like it's just lying on the ground, and Newt is somewhere nearby, about to get, face huggered.
Which is a brilliant piece of cinematography as well, because Ripley is following this tracker, and then when she finds it on the ground, you as the audience see that scene and well, it's over. That's the end. And she has a moment of crying and weeping for she's lost another daughter, as it were.
Yeah, so and you kind of get the impression that she would just if she hadn't heard that scream there, she probably would have just given up at that point.
Oh yeah, for sure.
She wouldn't even have tried to escape.
Absolutely, good call.
And but yeah, again, as this is all going on, you get the automated voice. You've got 15 minutes to reach minimum safe distance, and it's just you've got this brilliant sense of urgency then.
And it's such a cold, dispassionate voice. This automated voice of the thank you. It's just like Mother from the first one. You bitch, and it's a machine. It doesn't care. It's just giving you the facts.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the fact that the place is starting to explode as well as she's going. Occasionally you get this just a big blast of flame that will go up nearby, and it's knocks her over. But yeah, she manages to get to Newt and shoots the egg, and that's when she tries to flee with her. And I guess she went a different route, maybe she was panicked or something. Yeah. And that's when she runs into the Queen.
And fun fact, apparently Sigourney Weaver had an injured back at the time, so the Newt that she's carrying is actually a prosthetic, a dummy.
Oh no! You've shattered my illusions now.
I'm sorry. If you watch the scene again, when she picks her up and she's carrying her, however style that is, you see her running down, and you see it's from the front, and all you see is Newt's hair flapping, but it's that's a prosthetic dummy that she's carrying.
Damn.
Sorry.
Well.
I'm sorry, Drinker.
Yeah. No. Well, it's okay. I'll let it go.
No, it'll be fine.
It'll be fine. But this is where we get to see the alien queen for the first time, and the way it's lit, the way it's introduced is brilliant.
again, I have to call out. I'm sorry, I hate to keep interrupting you, but you have to call out the brilliance of this. Earlier, when they had that scene, and again, I think this was only in the director's cut, when they're having that kind of brainstorming session in the med lab, and Bishop explaining to them, "Hey, it must be something we haven't seen yet. Maybe it's like an ant hive. Bees, man, bees have hives. You know what I mean? And then they do that whole exposition of where Bishop says to him, "There's one queen that rules them all." And so that lets you know it to the audience, something we haven't seen yet. And now you get to the scene that you're just talking about. Here's the thing that we haven't seen yet. Oh shit.
The way the camera, like, it pans, because I think it starts with like an egg getting laid, and then it slowly pans up to this enormous, like, it's like a spider's body, like it's this sack of eggs that's like goes right across the roof, and then comes eventually down to the alien queen itself.
And Ripley does a 180 to turn around and look at it, which makes you realize she just ran through its legs to get into this room. So
right enough.
That's creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
So,
because it's kind of in a state of, like, it's almost like hibernation or something, and her presence seems to like wake it up, and it's looking at her, and I love how she demonstrates that she's got a flamethrower, and like that's enough for it to, because it causes like a couple of other aliens to come in, and she fires the flamethrower just into the air, and that's like showing the queen, like, look, I can incinerate this whole place.
But just before that, the alien queen, like when you see the alien warriors, as you're saying, coming into the chamber, the queen kind of looks at them, like turns her head, and the aliens retreat, which gives you as the audience like, oh, what's going on here? There's some kind of subliminal kind of like knowledge of like, hey, listen, assholes, this is my domain. I got this. Back off.
Yeah. And like it's whether they can communicate telepathically or whatever. You don't need to know. It's like enough that she looks at it and they back off.
Yep.
And Ripley's starting to back out of there, and that's when one of the eggs opens. And I never understood whether that was the queen that caused that to happen, or if it just happened naturally and it was just bad timing, or what.
Yeah. I choose
Ripley can.
Yeah, I choose to think that. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, Ripley kind of gives the queen a look just for a moment of like, oh, you really shouldn't have done that. And then she just lays waste to everything in front of her.
Oh, it's so good. And then the music, like up until this point, there was no soundtrack from James Horner at this point. But when Ripley does that kind of like head tilt and nod of like, yeah, fuck this shit. And just that's when the music swells, and then Ripley unloads all of the rage that she's been containing ever since the beginning. This is for Brett. This is for
Dallas.
Kane, Dallas, Lambert, Parker, my daughter, and then the music swells and she's just indiscriminately firing. And it's so awesome. And then then you get the jump cut of the pump action from the slide, and that's where like gun fanatics like myself are watching the movie like, oh jeez, like we're like spooging ourselves like, holy fuck, I don't care what this thing is, I need a pulse rifle in my life, like, oh my god.
Because a scene like that where a person is just standing there in place, just firing a gun, it could be done in a boring way, like if it was shot wrong and if it was scored wrong. But when you get the soundtrack, when you get the cuts just perfect, when you see the destruction that she's laying out and you see the look on her face, all of it just comes together, and it's absolutely perfectly done. Like it's catharsis, like on screen for you.
I mean, like, I would encourage anyone who's watching this movie, and if you haven't seen it, then there's something wrong with you. But there's a shot, the look on her face where she's gritting her teeth and she's just firing. It's just like, I identify with you. Like it's so tense.
It's good. Yeah. And she turns the gun on aliens occasionally as well, like alien warriors that come in and try and like
For
sneak
sure.
up on her from behind. And again, like the same rage that she's got. Like, I love the fact that when they're doing practical effects like this, every time an alien gets shot, they don't just go down. They proper get blasted apart. Like you can really see the damage caused by the pulse rifles when they fire, and it just makes the gun itself seem like it's got such weight and power behind it. And you often don't get that with with modern movies, because
not at all.
The damage just seems light. It seems like unbelievable, I guess.
Well, they allude to it very early in an almost throwaway line when Ripley says to him, "What do those pulse rifles fire?" "Oh, 10 millimeter explosive tipped caseless." And that's the only time you ever hear about that. But you never actually get to see the effectiveness of it. So when it happens, as you say, where you see these aliens being blown apart, you're like, holy shit, this thing is powerful. This gun is awesome.
Yeah. It's a great scene, and obviously, she eventually exhausts her ammunition, and it's time to bail out. So I think it's Newt actually who says to her, "Come on, let's go." It's
let's go.
Ripley
Let's go. Yeah,
she would pretty much stand there until she'd run out of ammo. So it's Newt,
and then
who kind of prompts her to leave.
She pulls the bandolier of grenades off of her shoulder and hucks them into the room.
Just into the fire.
Here you go. But what's awesome is that, like, here's Ripley, who is cool and composed up to a certain point, but this is the point where she just kind of unloads her rage, and she's not thinking practically. She's not conserving ammunition, none of this. It's just like, fuck you and everything you stand for. And she chucks these grenades into the room without any thought of, like, I might need these later. Just go. Yeah.
I guess she's hoping it's either going to kill or disable the alien queen and just buy her time to escape. So she does run, and it's quite cool actually that she thought to lay the flares so she could track her progress. She'd know which way to get out.
I would I would like to contrast that with the scene from Alien versus Predator. I'm sorry, I hate to bring that up. I know that you've already shit on that movie, and I agree with you. But there's that scene where Sana Latham, the Ripley avatar in that movie, when the Predator explains to her, here, this is a bomb. And she looks at him and says, "Well, I hope it kills every fucking one of them." At that point, I wish the Predator would have just looked at her, rolled his eyes, and just said, "Fuck you," and just like snapped her neck and thrown her aside. So, like, really? You really need to say that? Oh, God.
Yeah, it's that classic thing of, like, show, don't tell when it comes to writing. You get to see Ripley's rage. You don't have to have her shouting, like, "I am really angry and I can't wait to kill every one of you." Like, that's not what you'd get from a real person in that situation. So,
and I give you my solemn vow, moving this day forward, that I will never mention Alien versus Predator ever again.
Good. Or Requiem.
No, we won't do that. I'm sorry.
But yeah, so they bail out. The alien queen, rips itself free of its egg sac, which is it's kind of gross to watch, actually.
It's disturbing, like, because the sound of it is just so disturbing. It's like, ew, gross. Yeah.
And you see it's kind of in the flames at that point, so it's like getting burned as it's trying to get out. So it's kind of gruesome anyway. But you see it rip itself free, so it's going to come after her. Ripley gets to. Sorry, on you go.
I was going to say, not really. That's the brilliance of this movie, is that Ripley throws all of this firepower in there. The room is on fire. The alarm is sounding. You, as the audience, your heart is pounding, and you see the queen ripping herself away from the egg sac, and Ripley and Newt running towards the elevator shaft. You don't really know. That's what makes it so scary. So when they finally get up to the elevator and you hear the queen shriek, and Ripley turns around and sees it, you're like, oh fuck, it's after them.
Yeah.
And that's like every classic video game. I think Resident Evil 4 even captured this so well during the scene in the sewer with Verdugo, where you just get this impression of this thing is chasing after you. Anyway, that's my takeaway from that.
I like it as well because, Ripley she needs to get on the elevator, but it's gone right back up to the top of the shaft again. So she presses it, and it's like the slowest fucking elevator on ever made.
Come on, god damn it!
Well, at one point, because she hears the alien queen screaming in the background.
Yeah.
She knows it, and it's coming for them. So she actually abandons the elevator for a moment and tries to get up the ladder.
Yes.
She's going to try and climb, and I guess she realizes pretty quickly, no, that's a waste of time because you'll never be able to get up there fast enough.
But she's thinking.
But then it arrives.
Yeah.
She's thinking. She's throwing out different ideas because she's panicking at the same time.
Yeah.
And I guess in situations like that, you would just go for any option that you could think of or that you could see.
And again, I would like to call out the puppeteers who are operating the female queen. This was all done with practical special effects. These were puppeteers. So that ghastly movement that you see it walking down the hallway towards her, that's all puppeteers working their art.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff is the stuff that just gives you nightmares.
It's cool. It's because its arms are outstretched.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
Just right at her, and it's like it's coming straight for you. And it's backlit, I think, by red light and stuff. So it just looks awesome.
Yeah.
But then, she gets on the elevator, and I think she's able to get away that way. But I think her weapons are all out of ammo, so she dumps that.
Well, I'm just scrubbing through the movie right here. She looks down at the pulse rifle and sees that it's at 0. Shows that's it. I've got no more ammunition.
Yeah, I think the flamethrower is pretty much dry as well because she tries to fire it at the queen, and it just gives her a little pathetic little flame.
Yeah.
So when she gets up to the top, she sees the elevator coming up for her. Well, I should say as well, when she gets up to the landing pad, she's expecting to find a dropship there, and there ain't one.
Yeah.
And the implication, obviously, is that Bishop screwed her over.
You.
Yeah. Which it kind of you're not thinking about it at the time, I guess, but it seems like a weird thing for him to have done at that point. If he really was intended to screw her over, that late in the game. But okay. It does seem like maybe he's just been forced to leave or whatever, and that's it. The situation is hopeless. The place is about to blow up. The queen's coming for her. She's got no ammunition left, and that's when she's prepared to end it. She's going to jump over the edge with Newt on her, and I think that's pretty a pretty cool scene. Again, it's she would rather that than go out as an alien, have an alien chest burst out of her or whatever.
I've got it right here. It's at 2 hours and 20 minutes 46 seconds for any of you nerds who want to watch this on Amazon Prime. But this scene is awesome because you don't think that perhaps the alien queen caught the second elevator. Ripley and Newt are on this platform, and then all of a sudden Ripley turns around and hears the other elevator has opened. The door opens, and the way that they do the lighting, watch this scene again. The way that they do the strobing effects with the lighting and the smoke, you don't see anything. The door opens, it's dark, and then all of a sudden the light flashes, and you're like, what the fuck? It's the alien queen, and she steps out onto the platform, and you're like, how did this alien queen have the foresight or the understanding to board this elevator? What?
Yeah.
Okay, here's a death coming for you. And that's when Ripley says to Newt, close your eyes, baby. It's a heartbreaking scene. It's so good.
But fortunately, she doesn't have to do it. Bishop rocks up in the dropship, and this I have to give props again to the soundtrack because she leaps on board, and this soundtrack just reaches an absolute crescendo.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Guns it, and they're bombing their way out of there. There's shit exploding everywhere around them. They can only cling on for dear life, just hoping that they're going to get clear in time. And you got this absolutely thumping soundtrack going. You've only got seconds left before this thing detonates. And it just feels complete at that moment. You could imagine the Queen's been destroyed by the explosion and they are out.
Yep, you think that they got away with it, and it's this moment of peace. When Hicks says to her, "We're okay, we're clear," the music immediately then goes to a calming sound, a calming piece, and you're like, okay, they made it, they're good. So as the viewer, you're like, okay, phew, man, now I can loosen my sphincter. I feel okay. I made it out.
Yeah, you kind of think like, okay, they can't go through any more than this now. Surely that's
Yeah,
enough. And that's when obviously they do have to go through more because I guess it's stowed away in the landing gear or something like that. Like the Ripley's chatting away to Bishop,
yeah.
thanking him for what he did, and
I
it just shoots right through him and rips him in half.
I just want to call out the fact that when Ripley says to her, Newt, "Close your eyes, baby," it's Newt that sees the dropship. So if Newt didn't call it out, Ripley wouldn't have seen it because the dropship
Ah,
is coming up from behind them, and Ripley is still looking at the alien queen, and she's holding Newt, and Newt sees the dropship. So even though Ripley says to her, "Close your eyes, baby," Newt doesn't close her eyes, so she ends up saving them. So anyway,
that's a good point. I never thought about that even.
okay.
That's pretty cool. So yeah, they get on board the ship, and Ripley's thanking Bishop, and that's when the
Mhm.
Queen arrives again and tears him in half.
Oh,
And
jeez.
it's a really unpleasant scene to watch, actually. Pretty
And
good.
I'm sorry, I don't care how cynical you are. Who saw that coming? Did you see that coming when
Yeah.
the first time you saw it?
Well, no, not at all. And
Yeah.
there is a little hint, like obviously, well, it's not a hint, but it's like they're talking, and you hear a sizzling sound, and he looks
Well,
down, and like there's some acid burning into the floor just beside him. It's like, what the fuck's that coming from? And then
and
just
then
all of a
bang,
sudden, whoosh!
then
Yeah.
he gets impaled. Like it happens
Yep.
so quickly that you're like, wait, what? What? Yeah. There's enough moment to get you thinking, oh shit. And before you finish saying shit, he gets impaled.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's awesome. So good.
Perfectly timed. And
Yeah.
so, it tears him in half, and so he's flung across the room, and
Hmm.
Ripley makes a run for it, and you think, where the hell is she going? Like, because
Yeah.
she seals herself in a room, and the
Hmm.
alien's kind of pounding on the door, and Newt is forced to, go into the floor, which is what she kind of knows to do, like go into
Yeah,
like a tunnel
exactly.
or a vent or whatever. That's kind of her thing, which
And
again makes sense for the character.
And a call out to the sound effects crew, whoever did the audio for this. But just listen to the sound of the Queen's footsteps against those metal grates. Like that's the
Yeah.
stuff that nightmares are made out of. Like that kind of metallic clunking, clinking. Like
Yeah.
how many kids out there have had nightmares of the thing following them in the middle of the night? Like, yeah, I'm telling you, that's where this is coming from.
And you hear it's got this really ragged sort of breathing as
Oh
well.
yeah,
It's really loud.
absolutely
Uh,
terrifying.
so yeah, it's going for her. I think it starts
Hmm.
ripping up the grates on the
Yep.
ground, and it just gets to her when
Hmm.
the door opens and there's Ripley in the loader. This thing that was set up right from the start of the movie, there she is,
Hmm.
and they get into a fight. And
And then
I
she
think it would
says
have been
the
easy for
line.
something like, "Yeah, get away from her, you bitch."
Uh,
It would have been easy for this fight to look really goofy. Like if they had
hmm.
shot it differently, like I think if they'd
Hmm.
done a long shot where you actually saw the Queen walking around and tussling with this thing, it probably would have looked a bit shit. But it's kind of
Yeah.
filmed up close, and you see more of like the reactions. Like Ripley's kind of swinging for it, and
For sure.
it starts to duck and dodge, like it's learning how to avoid it because the loader's kind of slow and clunky, I guess.
And it
Um,
kind of makes you forgive the fact that this is all done with stop motion photography or the technology at the time. This loader, it's not like they had the benefit of CG technology to make it look super animated and fast. It had to sort of stay in one place while the alien queen fought around it.
yeah.
Uh, but at the time, even now watching it through 2020 goggles, it's still like I buy it. I buy the scene.
It's. I mean, for me, it looks fine. The Queen prop is good. It looks
Hmm.
good. It moves quite naturally, and it's very like it's kind of very flexible. The way it
Hmm.
hisses at her,
Yeah.
the way that she's swinging the arms, but they're kind of
Hmm.
slow, and you can hear the motors straining as it tries to do it.
And then she whips it with her tail. It's just, and then like Ripley,
Yeah.
like there's a scene where Ripley is like grasping it. She's got it by the claws, but then the queen starts to whip her with the tail, and Ripley
Hmm.
is like, "Oh wait, shit! I didn't see this coming." And she like, you know, it's really tense, and it's this
Yeah.
intense metallic, like kind of bone on metal sound of like
Well,
clang. Where did that come from?
yeah. I love how she just enables she flicks on like a welding torch.
Yes.
Like just anything that she can find. It's like, oh, fuck you, tries to burn it, you know.
Yep.
But
Which,
she, you know, which I think is great. It's just like, you know, using every tool at your disposal to try and hurt this thing. And, you know, that's when she opens up the floor, isn't it? The airlock.
Yeah. And then she just sort of lets out like a last defiant scream, like I'm talking Ripley, where she then picks it up, hoists it, turns 90 degrees, and drops it into the airlock. But then, well, I'll let you narrate. Go ahead.
Well, I'll do my best. Yeah,
Sure.
so just as it's falling, it grabs the loader cage and pulls the thing down on top of it. So it's like the loader's pinned the alien queen against the outer airlock door, and you know, it's all kind of crushed.
Yeah.
And so Ripley bails out and tries to climb up. So she's trying to get to the inner door and like to open the airlock and flush it out into space, but that's when it grabs her.
Yeah.
And so she's not able to pull her way out.
Yeah.
So she's like, well, fuck you. So she just like, you know, turns on the airlock from where she is and just opens the outer doors. So you've just got this sudden hurricane of wind that like pulls it out.
And it's gross, but also heroic because poor Newt can't hang on, and she's like getting sucked along, and it's Bishop's disembodied torso that grabs her and holds onto her. And you're just like, as a kid, wouldn't this give you like traumatic nightmares for the rest of your life that this disembodied hominid torso just saved your life?
Yeah, covered in milk or whatever the hell it is. It's weird. That is one of the few moments where it's like, I can see where the practical effects have let them down a little bit here, because like you can see that he's lying in a hole in the floor and he has to like stretch a little bit more to reach her, and you can see the hole around his waist. I mean, it's the only way they could obviously have done it.
Sure.
But it does stand out a little bit. It's just like, well, okay, you know, it's just the practical effects have let you down a bit there, but it's just a tiny thing. But yeah, so the loader goes out into space, and then I think the aliens the queen is hanging on to Ripley. God knows how she's able to support that kind of weight. But then it slips free and off it goes, like out into space.
And then it screams like in rage or whatever as it floats out into space, and like that's the end.
Yeah, and so Ripley's able to close the door, and they are safe, and that's pretty much the ending. Like she tucks Newt into the hypersleep, and Hicks and what's left of Bishop, and settles down and leads into the horrific nightmare that is Alien 3. But that's a different story, I guess.
I'm just gonna say, I've said this for years, that any fan of these movies, we will not acknowledge Alien 3 or Alien 4.
Yeah.
I think even James Cameron himself, and someone in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong on this, if I'm speaking out of my ass, but I think James Cameron himself did not speak too favorably about Alien 3. I think he said to the effect of, it was a brilliant piece of cinematography. However, when you kill off the characters that you worked so hard to save in the previous movie, you kind of shit on the audience.
Yeah.
And it's like, that was exactly it. Like I remember seeing Alien 3 in the theater, and when it played out, when that whole opening sequence happened, I was like, what the fuck? Oh, come on. That's just cruel.
It's the whole atmosphere around that movie is it's grim, and it's depressing, and it's grotty, and everything's just shit, and it's just there was no hope in it, I guess. And that's just, you know, Aliens, for being a gung-ho kind of action movie with loads of horror and like really effective tension and stuff, like it ends on a hopeful note. And to take all of that away and just flush it down the toilet, and you know, it's a bad way to run a franchise. And they obviously regretted it.
I'm seeing someone here in the chat say, watch Alien 3 director's cut. It's underrated. I reserve the right to politely disagree with you, sir. I've watched the director's cut, and I still resent it, because it's like, after all of the effort that Ripley went to save this surrogate daughter of hers, it was a redemption story, and there's no redeeming that, what they did in Alien 3. They kill Hicks, they kill Newt, They drown her in her tube, and then Ripley, who just wants peace restored to her life, finds herself on this desolate prison planet. No,
Yeah,
it's far too bleak.
it's such a waste.
And then also at
Yeah.
the end, when the company comes to try and rescue her or whatever it is that they're going to do, the pulse rifles that they used had a shitty paint job on them, and they didn't even sound like pulse rifles. So from a tech point of view, I'm offended at that. So that's it.
Yeah. Not a great film, but overall,
No.
I think for us, like our impressions of Aliens, is that it was a damn fine movie that was fun to watch. Like, yeah, I mean, just even talking about it now, the fact that like it's taken us, so long to get through it, and it's not like we've been nitpicking with it or finding problems. It's just like praising how well put together it is.
Well, to quote the drinker, yeah, that's the good stuff. Let's talk shittiness. There is no shittiness in this movie. It is all absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it's one of those movies it's fun to rewatch, and there's not many movies I can say that about now, where I'm just like, yeah, I would happily rewatch it and have just as much fun with it as I did before. It hasn't aged particularly badly.
No, I
There's
don't think
like
so.
we were saying earlier, there's a few little scenes like maybe where the dropship's coming down through the clouds, and it's like, okay, it's a bit of a rough composite shot and that sort of thing, but I guess those are the things you could probably touch up slightly in a remastered version or whatever and fix it really easily. But considering it was made, 35 years ago or something, like that's not bad.
But
Like,
also for the budget that they had, again, like
yeah.
James Cameron was not the juggernaut that he is known as today. Geez, when was Terminator? That's 1984, correct?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I
So
think
that would have been. So he went.
I think this might have been his second feature movie. So
I think you're right. Yeah. So yeah, he was still kind of proving himself. Like as much as Terminator was a successful film, it wasn't like a total juggernaut of a movie. Like
No.
I think it was low budget and it did pretty well, and it was a big kind of cult phenomenon. But it wasn't until T2 that the franchise really exploded. So yeah, like you say, they probably didn't trust him with an enormous budget for Aliens, but he made the most of every penny.
It was probably one of those throwaway projects, almost like how George Lucas was with Star Wars, where he pitches the idea of Star Wars and the studio's like, you want to do a what and a how now? Yeah, okay, here's $50, go make your space trek movie. And then he goes and does it with the money that they allotted to him, and it turns out into this, this fantastic cultural phenomenon, and that's exactly, I think, what Aliens was.
Yeah. To be able to follow up a movie like Alien as well, like you're talking 7 years later, so it's not like it was fresh in people's minds.
No.
And people would be like, oh wow, yeah, I can't wait to get a sequel to that. It'd be like, oh wait, what? That was like last decade. But you come up and it's like, okay, rather than do another horror type movie, we're going to go for action horror and take a slightly different path with it. And yeah, it obviously worked big time.
And this is one of the movies where, like, I mean, I've heard it said over and over, like you and the other guys on EFAP have pointed out, very rarely does a sequel ever surpass or equal its predecessor. But this is one of those movies, and Terminator 2 is another one where it's just like, holy shit, I have a hard time describing which one was actually better.
Yeah.
It's a good compliment.
Yeah, it's something about James Cameron. He can do sequels and do them well, But yeah, Terminator 2 and Aliens is like probably Godfather Part 2. It's like the three movies that people always cite where the sequel's better.
I will say that actually, I'll agree with you with one caveat. I don't actually want to see Avatar 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
No one does.
I think I'm done. Thank you. Avatar was pretty, but let's move on.
Yeah. That's what it was. I mean, it was a movie of its time. It really captured that craze for 3D and stuff. And like visually, it's great, but the story's boring and the actors are boring. And there's no appetite for it now, especially like if you'd done it like 2 or 3 years after the original came out, fine. But now it's like
Sure.
10 years later, like no one cares.
Wait, this is a sequel to what now?
Yeah.
Oh God! Yeah. Please make it stop.
You remember that movie that was Dances with Wolves in Space? Well, yeah, we're doing a sequel to that, and we've got 4 more coming. Like, yeah, I don't care. Don't want it.
Wait, what? I was in grade 3 when that came out. Wait, what? Okay.
The thing is as well, like James Cameron has wasted the past 10 years trying to make this happen. Like when he could have done Terminator Dark Fate and actually been involved in it instead of just putting his name on it somewhere. Like I don't know if he could have made it a good movie, but like it probably would have been better than what we got. And instead he was working on this, you know.
I will freely admit that I did not see Dark Fate in the theater. I just waited to see what the drinker would say about it, and I took your word for it. So
it's not worth your time.
No.
It's god awful. Like they shouldn't have done it. Linda Hamilton shouldn't have come back. Like if she had come back for T3, and like if they'd done say T3 in the late 90s and she'd come back for that, I think they could have made it work when she was still young enough to kick ass as Sarah Connor. But now her and Arnold are just old people. Like they shouldn't be doing this stuff.
And I will actually be a little bit controversial here, and I freely accept any flames that the comments want to give me. I don't actually like T2. I think I'm one of a very few people in the world that actually didn't like it. The whole concept of the liquid metal, I think it was just a gratuitous, attempt to show the technology at the time. I think the movie would have worked so much better with 2 Arnolds. And if you want to, you want to humanize Arnold, so you keep skin on him. But if you want to keep the villain, strip all of the skin off and give it the endoskeleton. But the whole thing of the mimetic polyalloy, not really.
Yeah. So, see, I liked it. I liked because they make use of it in many occasions, like the fact that it can impersonate different people, or it can form different weapons, all that sort of. It can move through bars and obstacles. You know, all of these things make it kind of unique and different.
Sure. And Robert Patrick was fascinating. I mean, he was scary as hell in the role, but to put him up against Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'm not buying it.
Yeah. But well, I mean, it'll be interesting because I'm going to chat with Muller about it next week sometime, and it'll be interesting to see what crops up. But what I was going to suggest is perhaps we could tackle the super chats.
Please do.
Cool. And like I was saying to you, if you need to bounce at any point, like if you're running out of time or whatever, just let me know, because it's silly. I know super chats can sometimes be like for the guest, it's not as engaging, but.
Well, I'll say from personal experience, as I've been a third-party observer on a lot of your streams where I've put in, a super chat, and I've just waited my turn, as it were. So I fully acknowledge that. So I know that these people have waited their turn, so they deserve their time, and I would love to hear what people have to say.
No worries. Well, feel free to chime in with any of them.
Sure.
I'll launch right into it. So Ross Irving was asking, how did Burke get the facehuggers out of the tubes is one of the many problems with Aliens. It is a good question, because you kind of wonder, well, if he opens them up and drops them on the ground, are they just going to launch themselves straight at him? I don't know if they're maybe sedated in some way, potentially, and it took them a while to revive, or if he, stood by the door and just kind of dropped the tanks on the ground and then immediately closed the door or something. So like by the time they got out, he was already sealed away. It is a question.
Yeah,
I guess
that is actually a really good question, because you see them, they see that like they look like they're fairly secure in whatever their bases are. So Burke, being the 100-pound man that he is, how did he lift these things and carry them into that room? Did he just sort of open the door and huck them in there and run away? And
yeah, I mean, it's maybe that they, I don't know. I mean, it's total supposition because we'll never see it. But whether these things have got lids on them or they're sealed in some way, and you can just roll them in there, and it takes a minute for the facehugger to kind of burst its way out. Not sure.
That's a really good question, and I fully.
Damn you, Ross Irvin, you've just destroyed my appreciation of this movie. I take back everything I said about it. It sucks. So the next one is from T-Toms. It's almost like this film was made by someone with an ounce of talent and not by whoever has the biggest liberal Twitter following. Yeah, it is. It's almost like they put actual time and effort into writing a good script, and they weren't interested in injecting politics in it. They just wanted to tell a good story. That's what happens when you just focus on your script writing and nothing else. Conrad Bates. All the special effects were in camera, even the dropship crash. In camera. So do you mean like it was like model work that's it was kind of shot? It was, you've basically got an actual miniature of the dropship flying through, a fake scenery that you can then blow up and crash. I believe that's what it was. Yeah, like it wasn't really. It was definitely not CGI or anything like that. So yeah, it certainly looked good for its day. And I've said this before, like there's something about seeing models, spaceships and stuff explode that's so much more satisfying than any kind of CGI. It just feels like it's somehow got more weight and impact to it. I think I lost you there for a second, Danquish. I'm not sure if you had mic issues.
Oh yeah, sorry, my Logitech software is updating. Sorry.
Cool. No problem at all. I was just saying there, they were talking about the dropship crash and how it was in camera, and I was just saying how satisfying it is when you see miniatures explode on screen and crash instead of CGI.
Was that a super chat?
Yes.
Okay, I want to thank you, whoever asked that, because that totally reminds me. That scene where the dropship explodes, it was so impressive. Like the sound effects that they used in it, and like that bar that comes flying towards the camera and makes that kind of clanking sound, really adds realism to the scene of like, yeah, okay, you could recreate that with CGI, but again, this was 1986, and that just gave this element of realism of like, wow, shit, this ship just really exploded right in front of my eyes. And the fact that pieces of debris came flying towards me really sold it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was great stuff. And it's always satisfying to see stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Reagan Devar, do you think practical effects will ever go back to being the mainstay in Hollywood? Miss all the effort that went into them. I don't think they will, because it's like CGI is just getting cheaper and cheaper to do and easier.
Sure.
And it's a million times easier to do that than to rig up, pyrotechnics and do it on location, or to make miniatures and try and, mount them on dollies and, sweep around them. It's easier for them. And it's a shame because there's a real art to that and you don't get that anymore.
I want to give a call out to Phil Tippett, who is like an absolute legend in the industry. But he did the stop motion photography for countless movies in the 1980s. But if you watch Empire Strikes Back, they had to do stop motion photography for the ATSTs and AT-ATs. And then if you watch RoboCop 2, or even the first RoboCop, the Ed 209, and then, RoboCop 2, that was all done frame by frame. The amount of patience and artistic vision that it takes to do stop motion photography at roughly 30 frames per second, good grief, that's superhuman.
I can't imagine the amount of like effort and work that must go into a sequence like that.
For sure.
It's got a certain look to it as well, like with the AT-ATs, when you see them, they've got that. It's a slightly jerky, clunky look, but it just fits them perfectly because they are these big hulking battle tank things that are walking around. So it's good. I remember the first Terminator movie as well, like near the end when they're getting pursued through the factory. There is a scene where it's following them down a corridor, and that is stop motion animation too.
Yep. Thank you for bringing that up. The first time I saw that, when the T-800 finally rises from the fire, and you get to see the endoskeleton for the first time, and Linda Hamilton and Michael Biehn are running down the hallway, and then the camera turns around and you see the skeleton like limping and dragging towards them. I literally gasped because it was like, oh, it's coming, it's gonna get you, and then she slams the door on it, and that was all done with stop motion.
Yeah, so it's cool. It's good effect. Chris Case says, keep the daughter's death scene and omit the rest. So that's for the director's cut. I would keep the sentry guns in because I really like that scene. And yeah, the daughter's death scene I think is good for Ripley's character development. It gives a little bit more weight to her relationship with Newt.
Yeah. I would politely disagree with that assertion because it gives you character development in regards to Ellen Ripley. You know, like she says she promised her daughter that she would be home for her 11th birthday, which gives you a callback to the original Alien of like, okay, she was out on a gig and she had promised her daughter that she would be home. I think it gives weight to her character.
I would quite like to have kept or have restored the death of Burke as well, like we were talking about earlier, because it actually is quite a cool scene. It gives you a kind of completeness to his character, and it's
true.
To see Ripley having a bit of mercy even in that moment is quite good as well. But
I would agree with you on that one.
Matt G donated $1.49 for a burger. Thanks. Curtis D, Alien is my favorite horror movie. Aliens is my favorite movie of all time. The chestburster scene in the mess hall, one of the greatest scenes in movie history. Yeah.
And I think
I
don't think a lot of people know this, but apparently the crew, like the cast, didn't know that was going to happen.
They'd been told some of it. But apparently, what's her name, Lambert, who's the navigator, they specifically showered her with blood, or fake blood, obviously. They didn't tell her that was going to happen, and so when you see her reaction, where she's freaking out and like, that was real. That was real.
Yes, I poor Veronica Cartwright. Yeah, can you imagine just not being told that was going to happen, and then they spray you with splooge, and you're like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
that's genuine.
Cool. Curtis D, same guy. In space, no one can hear you scream. Indeed, that was a great tagline for a movie.
Absolutely.
Metal murderer. Vasquez ever been mistaken for a man?
No. Have you? Burn.
It's a sick burn, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Johnson, that's how you do a sick burn. Are you paying attention? Probably not.
Well, we've got the Holdo maneuver. What more can you ask for? She's a far better character, clearly. Terry Light, Aliens is on my list of perfect movies. Thank you for today's live cast. Drinker, you're the best. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that.
Terry, I agree with you. Drinker is the best.
NK33, the sentry guns are better actors than most today. They are.
Hell yeah.
Character.
I agree with you.
I felt bad for those brave guns putting up a really good fight.
They did.
Curtis D, how do I get out of this chicken shit outfit?
You secure that shit.
Hudson, come here.
Come here.
What's the next one? Give me 1 second. Crazy Cat Guy. WRT, the space on the Sulaco. On a real Navy ship, about 80% of the ship's space is taken up with ordnance kit and infrastructure. I mean, yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, it's kind of a weird one. Like, I always got the impression like the ship could hold more people, but they just hadn't filled it. Like, maybe they were saving money or something, and you know, they only felt like they needed to send like half a platoon or something. I mean, it's fine. Like, it's not a big deal within the context of the story. You could probably come up with a dozen different explanations.
But from a totally high level area, can we just talk about how cool the ship looked from the first place? Like, when you see the Sulaco flying through the space, you know, it just looks like a giant gun. And, you know, the Halo universe owes a lot of its art to that particular style. I mean, it was just cool looking. So who cares if 90% of it was empty? That thing was awesome.
Yeah. I mean, presumably it's got the ability to bombard places with nukes from orbit as well, which just makes it awesome. But yeah, apparently it was designed to look like a pulse rifle. Like you say, it looks like a gun. Yep. And it's nice to see a spaceship where it's like it's not sleek and it's not streamlined because it doesn't need to be. It flies through
Right.
space, like it doesn't have to worry about any of that stuff. So it's just this big hulking, beast of a ship. It does look extremely cool. Yeah, Rottweiler says, "Say again, all after incinerators." Good line from a phone.
Exactly. Which again plays into the tension of that scene, because that, shit's going down. Vasquez is firing her gun. Chaos and pandemonium are happening, and Apone is trying to communicate with his commanding officer through this tenuous, whatever Bluetooth connection that they have, and he can barely hear him. It's so good.
I think if that was me, I'd be like, right, I'm taking this into my own hands. We're getting the fuck out of here. I'm not going to stand and try and communicate with this idiot. Metal Murderer. Got drunk once and did it with a K-bar. Scar is cool, poor thumb. Yeah. The weapon, the Scar assault rifle, I presume.
Okay.
Yeah. The Art of the Real. Support for what you've done. Thank you. Big Daddy MRI. He's given me an on-set director's sticker. Thank you. Curtis D, have you seen the director's cut of both movies? Yes, we have. I believe we've seen both, and they are excellent.
I will say there's no other way to watch the movie. I'm sad that those weren't the actual theatrical cuts.
Yeah. Mental Militia. Wonder how many of Paxton's quips were ad-libs. Fantastic character actor. Yeah, it was great. Really, he's always good in everything he does, to be honest. I've always enjoyed old Bill. Shame he's not around anymore. Screw the bobbin. This is fantastic. More of these, please, as well as more of the usual. Yeah, now I've got like a second channel now that I use for hosting like the replays of my live streams. So that means I don't have to worry about cluttering up the main channel. So it means I can do more of these. And I really enjoy these chances to sort of do a deep dive into certain movies rather than just kind of bouncing back and forth across like a dozen different topics. Like, it's quite cool to just work your way through a film, especially when you've got someone like Danquish on who really knows about the movie and can kind of go through each scene. So
whoa, wait a second. I just discovered something I didn't know about the drinker. You have a second channel? Why do I not know about this?
It's not anything like unique. It's just like I was quite conscious that I was starting to do more live streams, and I didn't want them cluttering up the main channel where it's mostly scripted content and stuff. So I was like, right, I'll create a new channel. I only did it like a week ago, and it's just there where I'm going to put all my live streams from now on. I'll stream them from the main channel, but I'll pop them there. So
I need to subscribe to that. Like, I mean, geez, what?
Yes. Okay. So it's just the Critical Drinker Live. So
okay. All right, done.
I think there's only one there at the moment, but I'll put this one in there as well. And,
okay.
Yeah. Cool. So Curtis D, no SJW politics in Alien or Aliens. No, amazing. You could have things like, diverse casts and female characters without, trying to put across a message. It's just good writing.
Thank you. Absolutely. And like Aliens, I won't say was completely unique in this department. There were a lot of movies during that time where men were men, women were women, and they respected each other and their roles. Like, there was no chips on shoulders or anything like that. Merit was earned rather than just assumed. And Aliens is a perfect example of this.
They should really show it in, like, I don't know, script writing classes and stuff. Like, this is how you can write good in diverse casting and work in all these different characters and have everyone come across well instead of like putting one side at a disadvantage just for reasons.
Well, they were all soldiers. Like, they were all soldiers, part of this highly trained fighting unit, and they all had vulnerabilities and insecurities, but they all came together when the time called for it, and it worked well.
Yeah, and they each had a moment, a kind of hero moment. So it was
sure
good writing. Metal Murderer. James Cameron screened Terminator 2 pre-release to earn respect of the Brit film crew, and half of them skipped it.
Wow.
Fair enough. I know Cameron clashed with the film crew when he was doing Aliens because it was filmed in the UK, and like, I don't know how it is in the States, but like our film crews over here, like all the technicians and lighting guys and stuff, they're all really heavily unionized. Yes. So if they say they're going to get like 5 tea breaks a day with biscuits, then they will do it. And they like, even if you're in the middle of a scene, they'll just stop for their break.
I read about that. Yeah, I read about that. That was actually a really, really strong point of contention. That James Cameron was like, we need to get this going, and the film crew was like, yeah, but what about second breakfast?
Yeah.
What? No. Come on, guys, it won't be fine.
I mean, James Cameron's not the kind of guy who's like, I imagine he's pretty intense when he's making his films. He's just not going to stand for that kind of shit. So yeah, he clashed with them a lot. He actually fired the entire lighting crew as well because they wanted to light the alien nest really bright because they were like, oh, it'll look cool when the bright lights are reflecting off the black kind of latex or whatever we've used. And he was like, no, you're fucking insane. This is supposed to look scary. It's not going to look scary if it's bright like daytime.
For sure.
So yeah, he just fired them all.
and that's actually a point of contention amongst the pulse rifle prop crew. I mean, when I built my first one back 10 years ago, 20 years ago, people were arguing in regards to what color the pulse rifle actually is. And the official word is that it was painted brown. But because of the set lighting, it looks like it's green. So what? So it's technically it's a color called brown Bess. So that's why the second pulse rifle that I just bought from evic.com, write that down to anyone who wants to buy one. You can order one either in brown or tan. It's really up to you. But yeah, the truth is that it was painted brown, but because of the set lights that were cast in a blue hue, it made the guns look olive green, and that's why people think that's the official color.
Wow, I did not know that. That's I just always assumed because it's like, well, they're military weapons. I guess it would make sense. They're that olive drab sort of color. Yeah, that's cool. Joseph Nitry, sorry if I'm butchering your name. Sequel remake: transgen Xeno hunts down Ripley and kills her with a golf club. 5 stars, all because I can't say it. I'm going to get this channel banned if I say that.
Don't do it.
Yeah, it's just. Disobedient Canine are being absolute fannies and clamping down on stuff like this, but they'll get what's coming to them, don't worry.
Dude, I appreciate your humor, but shame on you for bringing that up, because that is my number one nightmare of all time, that they would remake Aliens. And my number one fear is that they would cast either Tessa Thompson or Michelle Rodriguez as aliens, or as Vasquez.
I wish they would cast them as aliens. That would be funny. Just sealed inside these rubber suits.
At that point, I'm just going to end it. I'm just going to jump off the nearest cliff, and that's it. That's it for me.
Yeah. You can't, you just couldn't make a movie like that again. It's just, God, please don't.
Please make it stop.
Don't do it. The Black Sheep donated £5. Thank you, sir. Big Daddy MRI, Aliens is the best sequel ever made, in my humble opinion. Yeah, I don't think many people are going to argue with you.
I agree with you, sir. You are 100% correct.
Gravel Digger, Wiki, deleted scene from the 1986 theatrical version of Aliens, reinserted into the special edition, first released in 1992, reveals that Ellen Ripley has a daughter, 19-year-old Amanda. Yeah. I thought she was younger than that, but fair enough. She would have to be younger than 19, actually, because Ripley, when she was on the first movie, she couldn't have been more than like 25, 30 years old.
Yeah. I think I read somewhere on the deep, dark internet a long time ago that the timeline actually does end up being correct. That Ripley has been in hypersleep for 57 years, but she had a 10-year-old daughter when she left. And she promised she would be back for her 11th birthday, and then Burke announces that she died at the age of now that escapes me. But anyway, the math adds up, so it just goes to show that they thought about that. They didn't just simply pull ages and numbers out of their ass.
Yeah, take note, J.J. Abrams. George. This is an interesting question, actually. What do aliens eat? They turn people into hosts. Plenty of former host corpses lying around, so they ain't eating the leftovers. Yeah, they do, because they grow extremely quickly, so presumably they must eat something to make that happen. Yeah, I guess if there's supplies lying around, they could pretty much eat anything like that. Scottish Will says the Aliens tour when it was in the Archies in Glasgow in 1998. Want myself too many times. Did you go, mate? Not in 1998. I didn't. That's for sure. The Archies in Glasgow. Too many times. I think you say went myself too many times. Yeah, I didn't go to that, unfortunately.
I think there was a thing called the Alien Experience in the UK somewhere, wasn't there?
So was that like props and stuff from the movie?
Yeah.
Just like you could go and see it, right?
Yeah,
I don't remember that.
I think it was like a live action, like a museum or something that you could go to, and I was so jealous when I read that. I'm like, that's not fair. Why don't we have that over here?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I certainly don't remember it myself, but man, I wish I did now.
Okay.
Zero Depressive. I just realized if it were to be made today, they would hit the reactor right away with the pulse rifles and everyone would be dead. That would subvert our expectations. If Ryan Johnson made it, yeah, they would just die in the first like half hour.
No, if Ryan Johnson made it, 3/4 of the movie would be talking about the reactor itself and the environmental impact that it's going to have on space horses.
Yeah. The Sulaco would be like running out of fuel. They would have to like, you know, like before they even get to the planet, they have to like resource more fuel for it and stuff.
Exactly.
The real Darth Squishy says Ripley was no Ray with her driving. No, she wasn't. Ray would have made that APC fly, and she wouldn't have blown the transaxle either.
Seriously, Ray. Good God. I'm going to wholeheartedly say that of all the videos that I've watched, like Geeks and Gamers and Nerdrotic, I mean, God bless those guys. They do great content. But you and Mahler were the only ones that ever called out the fact that Ray lives on this planet. It's a desert planet. How the hell does she know how to swim? How does she know how to fly the Millennium Falcon? Are you kidding me? What? Get out of here.
It was the will of the Force.
Ugh, I got your Force for you right here.
Yeah, it's just basic script writing, and it's just it goes right over their heads. The people that make these movies, it's just, yeah. Curtis D says the eyepiece that they had to wear, so they had on, was a camera to aim the smart gun. Yeah, yeah, because you see them flip the lens of it over their eye just as they're about to start shooting. I think I assumed initially it was just like the infrared thing, like they were all using, because you know the aliens don't get picked up on it. But yeah, it would probably explain why it's a smart gun. It probably tracks movement or something like that, and then lets them see it.
But again, you have to give it a little bit of grace because you have to look at it through the eyes of 1980s technology. When they made this movie, they thought this is what the future technology would look like. You know?
Yeah.
So, and it looked cool. Hell, having a headset with a flip down eyepiece. Okay. That's
damn
awesome.
Right, yeah. 6 turning, 4 burning. I have a book called Alien Colonial Marines Tech Manual that explains the smart gun is semi-self-guided. There we go. That's what I thought it was all about. And it covers the organization and equipment. Yeah, so my understanding, and maybe this is what the tech manual says as well, is like you have to point it in the rough direction of your enemy, and then it'll zero in by itself. Like so you have to get it in roughly the right area, and then it'll do the fine points of aiming by itself. So you still have to kind of wield it.
So kind of like a 1980s aimbot then.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, it just makes it easier for you, which it would make sense if it's this like, you know, squad support weapon. So I'm just I'm just catching up on the next super chat here. Where is it? See, when you refresh it and then you have to scroll down to where you were, you're like, there it is.
Okay.
So Alexandra Briere, simply good writing, drawing into if you would be in this situation, what would you wish you could do? Again, good writing, no politics, simple visceral reaction. Drawing into. So if I was in the situation of Ripley in this movie, I would probably do most of the things she did. Like she makes pretty sound decisions throughout the entire movie, and she does the best she can in the sort of situation that she's in.
Yeah.
There's never a point in this film where I'm like, oh, God, that character's being really dumb and just not understanding, or they're doing things that make no sense. Like, everyone kind of reacts in a believable way, I guess.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And again, this alludes to what I've said earlier. They give plenty of nods to vulnerability on her part. She's not afraid to admit that she is out of her depth. She doesn't want to do this. First, she admits that she's not a soldier. Then she wants to cede responsibility to Hicks of like, you'll take care of it, won't you? But when push comes to shove and she really needs to take charge, she will. And it's fantastically done.
Yeah, that's a good bit of writing for a good character.
Mm-hmm.
Big Dave K, thanks so much for your reviews, Drinker. Do you mind if I keep using your voice clips? Oh yeah, we've done that one. Yeah, for the hyena animations. Yep, have at it, my friend. Metal Murderer, cover our ass line is because they had explosive ammo for the main weapons, which would fuck up the reactor cooling if it hit. The
Right.
BBs in a shotgun wouldn't breach the pipes. Yeah, that's fine. So
Okay.
like,
sure,
they were fine for like Hicks to bring out his shotgun. One of the guys had a pistol.
Yeah.
The flamethrowers, I guess, would have been fine. You know, it's just the smart guns and the pulse rifles that fire the make, armor penetrating stuff
sure.
that would mess things up.
Are we to assume that Apone knows that Hicks has a shotgun in his backpack?
I guess so.
Okay. Because he says, Hicks,
I mean,
cover our ass.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he would have seen everyone gearing up, so he kind of knows what everyone's got with them.
Okay.
But, yeah, what was I going to say there? It is a bit of a weird one. In a situation like that, right, when they're in, a confined environment, where they're kind of spread out a little bit, as far as I remember. There's smoke from the flamethrowers that they've used, and then they start firing. Like, the chances of actually just hitting one of your own guys would have been pretty damn high. Like, if nothing else, like, it doesn't happen, I guess, but like, yeah, it's a pretty shitty situation to be fighting in. Robert Bermea says, Alien Isolation is the only worthy sequel this movie ever received. Excellent game and story. If you haven't played it, give it a try. You'll love it. Yeah, I think I was chatting with Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers about this. Like, it's meant to be excellent because the alien is just randomized. And I don't think you have any weapons or anything, so you've just got to try and avoid it. For the most part, you can't fight it. So, pretty cool. Automation D&D, 34 years later, it's a solid movie. Good for a replay every couple of years, especially folks who've never seen it. Yeah. I want to make sure that everyone sees it at some point because it's a perfect example of how to write and direct an excellent action movie.
Agreed.
And the fact that they got it right 3 decades ago is pretty damning for what we've produced today. Dalton Wilson, big fan, Drinker. I'll go away now. Thank you, and go away.
Go away now. Well, don't go away yet. Not yet.
No, yeah, I've got the rest of the chats to get through. Reagan Devar, Alien 3 was so damn bleak. Yes, it was. Just that movie makes me sad.
I will say though, for Alien 3, there's one scene in it that always makes me laugh. I just want to call it out. It's got the most gratuitous use of the word "fuck" I have ever seen in a movie. But it's the scene when they're having their discussion in the mess hall, and then the alien drops down out of the ceiling and pulls the chief out of the ceiling. And then the guy, I think it's Golik or whoever, runs up, and all he can think of is to say is "fuck." It's just funny, It's,
yeah, is that the guy who's always got the squeezy ball, and like when he gets pulled up into the vent, like it drops to the ground and bounces, and then he just goes like
fuck, and that's it. It's just kind of funny. The rest of the movie is no thanks.
Metal Murderer, Ellen Ripley / Terminator 2 Sarah Connor were not strong female characters in quotations. They were strong characters.
Thank you.
Facts, no printer, don't at me. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. You get a drink on me.
Don Backey, Drinker, thank you for validating all my all-time favorite movies, characters, and scenes. Well, it's my pleasure. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hawaiian Brian, Drinker, you and I are cut from the same cloth. Please consider doing a Drinker Recommends on Snatch. Predator and Event Horizon are a couple of my all-time faves. Just an idea. Cheers. Yeah, I do love a bit of Snatch. It's a great little movie. I don't know if you're familiar with it on your side of the pond. Like, it's a Guy Ritchie gangster movie set in the UK.
I never have
Ever heard of
watched it. I've heard so many good things about it, and I want to watch it just so I can say that I've seen it, and so I can appreciate, just the pop culture phenomenon around it. But no, I'm sad to say I haven't seen that.
Cool. Well, there's two. There's Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and Snatch, and they're both, they're both set in the same kind of period and stuff and area, and they're both excellent films. Great dialogue and stuff.
I'll say that isn't. Oh crap! Why am I drawing a blank now? I'm sorry. He was in Hobbs and Shaw. Jason Statham. Wasn't he in Lock, Stock, and Smoking Barrels? That's his first movie?
Yeah, he was in both. He was in Snatch and Lock, Stock, and he's pretty good. He's a bit rough at times in the first one, because it's obviously first acting gig, but you could see that he was going to go on to good things.
Okay.
Salad King. Howdy, Sir Drinkley. Got myself a nice glass of Lagavulin on this lovely spring morning or evening or afternoon. I'm not sure what time it is. I've been drunk for a month. But here's a couple of pints on me.
Jeez. Cheers to you, good sir, for drinking the Lagavulin, because I couldn't get through mine. So you are a hero to me.
Nice one. Metal Murderer. If only 80s James Cameron wrote for Disobedient Canine. Yeah, if only. Or if they just kept Amy Hennig on board, because she was a brilliant writer. Metal Murderer just took a shot for Hudson. True Chad. Yeah, he was the Chad of all Chads.
You know what? I'm going to drink to that right now. Thank you.
Any excuse, it's great. Echoes of the Ancients. This is one of my favorite movies, and Ripley is my favorite female sci-fi character. Excellent. Yeah, well-written character. William Castleman. Drinker, more Ryan Drake audiobooks, please. Yeah, they're working on them now. The next two should be out in the next couple of months. I think because of the virus, everything's been slowed down, but they are still doing them. So they will all be out on audiobook before we're done.
Wait, there's a virus?
Yeah, something. Some kind of beer bug. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
It came from a country that I'm not allowed to say, so who knows?
Oh, okay. It's probably the US.
What was the next one here? JDM. Name a better tune than Jupiter by Mad Glastov Holst. Not sure I can, if I'm honest with you. Reagan, pretty unrelated, but would you ever consider doing EFAP full-time, or do real-life duties call? Well, when I'm called upon to serve on EFAP, I usually answer the call, but I'm not one of the full-time crew. I think that's just Rags and Mauler. They're the only ones that do it all the time. And yeah, there's times when they're discussing something that's not really relevant to me, so I wouldn't have much to add anyway. So they just pull me in when it's something that I can rant about. So that's how I go by it. Metal Murderer. Watch Alien and then Aliens. This is non-debatable. Yes, I would not debate that.
Agree.
Daedley Murphy. Nah, it'll be fine. Go away now. It will be fine. Metal Murderer. Pulse rifles are almost like 40k bolters. Almost. Yeah, but I think they're like 1/3 the size. If I remember correctly, a bolter is so big and powerful that a human couldn't even lift it, never mind fire it. But yeah, similar idea. They fire explosive tipped caseless ammunition, from what I remember.
That's true.
Metal Murderer. First Deno was a 6 foot tall African exchange student Ridley saw in a coffee shop and thought, people won't think, oh, this is a human. Cameron proved that quantity can beat quality in some very few instances. Alien is better than Aliens, though. I mean, I would debate it. Like, they're kind of trying to be different movies, you know. Alien is like a haunted house in space with the monster, whereas Aliens is much more action oriented, and it's like a war film with aliens and horror. So they're slightly different movies, but I enjoy watching Aliens more than Alien, put it that way.
Okay.
Reagan, sorry for turning your casual movie discussion into a Q&A, but did you receive any formal education for your writing, or are you self-taught? Do academic credentials have a considerable impact on getting into the industry? No, I've not received any formal training about writing. I've never been to a creative writing class or anything. I just kind of learned, like I just did it and practiced and then got a little bit better over time. And I think that's the best way to do things like that. Like, people can't really teach you to be imaginative or creative. You kind of just have to find a way to do it yourself, and you have to find a way to write well. And you learn, I guess, by experiencing good stories and learning what makes them work. And do academic credentials have an impact? Not really. No one's going to care that you got a degree in creative writing from whatever university. They just care if your product is good, if you write well.
Am I allowed to interject a fanboy comment here?
Of course.
Okay. I believe I wrote to you shortly after I discovered your channel. My wife and I have discussed at length as to why we actually enjoy your content compared to similar channels. And I want to comment on the fact that you put all of your thoughts into a well scripted, monologue, as it were, and so without repeating yourself. So you make all of your points, you hit all of your targets, you make all of your comments, and then at the end you're like, okay, that was a well put together argument. You contrast that with people who do similar content and they just end up repeating themselves, or they don't really have a point. So for someone who, you're claiming that you weren't formally educated or doesn't have formal training, you've got an exceptional ability to put together a coherent and cohesive thought argument into something that the listener will listen to and be like, someone thought about this, did a really good job, wrote a script, and put it into a well edited video and uploaded it onto the video or onto the YouTube. And as a listener, it's like, I appreciate this content. So that's why you instantly became, like our top favorite in our house. So I'm just going to put that out as a point.
Thanks,
of
man.
Yeah.
No, appreciate it. I think for me, like, the approach I take is to like have a bit of faith in my audience. Like, I think sometimes when people are doing video essays like this, they want to make their points really clear and really definitive. And so they run that risk of kind of saying the same thing multiple times because they want to really nail it. So there's no room for ambiguity.
Sure.
I guess I take the approach of like, well, I would rather think that my audience is going into it in sort of good faith, and so they're going to hear you out and they're going to think about the point that you're making. So you don't have to. It's not like you're a lawyer kind of arguing a case as such. You're putting a question there about like, well, this is why I think something doesn't work particularly well in this movie, and it's enough to plant the seed. It's enough to raise the question of like, well, why is that happening? Why doesn't this work? And then they can think about that then. And so that's how I try to go about it. And like you say, I try to avoid repeating myself as a result, because it results in a tedious script,
Absolutely. And if you want to interject a Sam Neill scream every now and then that's
yeah. It's so effective for certain things, Yeah, from that first moment that I saw Event Horizon, I was like, that's going to come in useful one day. I know it.
Also, I want to call out the careful, judicious use of Tyrion barfing was our favorite moment the first time.
Yeah.
And it's disgusting because you almost get to see Brienne naked.
Yeah.
We had to pause the video at that moment because we were laughing so hard. So
yeah. Anyway. It's that totally immature like sense of humor I've got where it's like somehow people throwing up just makes me laugh. I don't know why.
It's funny.
I just and it's a great scene. That I love how they filmed it. Laughing Carew says, "Drinker, you masculine beast! One of the original scripts for Alien 3 was made into a comic book, and so far it seems good. Want me to send the link?" Yeah, you could do it, actually. It'd be interesting to see what could have been. It's probably just going to make me sad that they didn't actually do that with the movie and went with something else. Metal Murderer, 3 res and sequels are non-canon. Fight me. So which one? 3 res? What's that? am I just not getting this?
If he's referring to Alien 3 and 4, then I would fully agree with you. That's
Oh, wait, I get it. So he's saying, yeah, the Alien 3, Alien Resurrection, and the sequels are non-canon. Right, okay, I get it. Totally took me a minute to catch up there. Yeah, I would be fine to discard them from canon, just have Alien 1 and 2, because it's the only worthwhile story there. I like to imagine that they all made it back to Earth and lived happily ever after.
well, after all of this, you really, really, really want to see Ellen be able to return to Earth and have some form of normalcy, because she has been trapped out in space. You know, she lost her daughter. Her life as she knows it is over. Can you just give her some closure?
Yeah. Automation D&D says, I think Bishop showed AI characteristics. He blanked himself out during EMP, then restarted. During MedLab, he was thinking hard, thus distracted. Yeah. I don't know if some of that was just him almost mimicking human behavior, but yeah, the result is like he's sort of got human mannerisms, but they're all a bit like, uncanny. They just don't feel quite right. And I think it's says a lot about Lance Henriksen, how well he played the role, that like you do feel a bit unnerved by how he acts. Metal Murderer, if 40K gets a movie series, you need to review it. Oh, I would. I'd love that. I can't imagine how you could ever represent stuff like that on screen because it's so batshit crazy, but it would be amazing to see. T1 and T2, same genre, Alien was horror versus action horror. Yeah. T1 was more of an action sci-fi thriller rather than straight up horror. I wouldn't say it was horrific as such, but yeah, it's a similar idea. Like the sequel is much more action oriented and bigger budget, and it can do more, I guess. Would you agree to that one?
I would just say that the scene of the endoskeleton, like when it rises up out of the fire and starts, like that scene again when it's chasing them down the hallway and the camera turns around and you see the stop motion limping T800 coming towards them, that burned into my memory and gave me nightmares. Like that is frightening. It was so good, like so well done, and it was such a like an awesome way to de-anthropomorphize the Terminator, because up until that point all you saw is Arnold, and ooh, this is groundbreaking special effects when you see him cutting into his arm or fixing his eye, but he still had enough human skin on him that you kind of had a hard time disassociating that it was a human and a robot. But when you see the actual endoskeleton, now something in your brain says, this isn't a human, this is a machine, and I am scared to death. And it was, the sound that they incorporated, again, when it's crawling across the hydraulic press, not only was awesome, but frightening as hell. So, awesome stuff.
Reagan, last one for me. It's a shame the Raimi Spider-Man trilogy was a meh for you. I'm biased, having been born in 2000, but you've got to admit they were more than just corporate cash grabs. There was time and effort. I don't think I've ever really expressed an opinion on the Raimi Spider-Man movies. I thought they were fine. The third one obviously was a bit of a mess because there was too much studio interference, but first two were good. I'm never been a huge Spider-Man fanatic. Like I get that he's a fun character and stuff, and I imagine if you're into the comics, then you get a lot more information about him and a lot more depth to his character. But I always just saw the movies as being, they're meant to be kind of lighthearted and fun, and that's what I always took from it.
I love the old Jerry Seinfeld bit where he talks about, boys when they read comic books, Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, these aren't superheroes, these are career opportunities. And like, I thought that was really quite astute, because as a little boy, you were either a Batman guy, a Superman guy, or a Spider-Man guy. So like, Drinker, what would you say you were?
So what was the choices? Superman, Spider-Man, or
Batman?
I'd go for Batman.
Okay.
If I had to pick, I like the dark sort of element to his character, and I like the fact that he's very, split right down the middle between Bruce Wayne and Spider-Man. Yeah, I just like that aspect of him.
Okay.
JDM says, Danquish is a heavy, polite Yankee. Top chat, fellas. What would a Tarantino alien film look like?
Oh, jeez.
Good Lord, I don't know.
A Tarantino alien movie? Oh, man.
My mind can't even conceive that. I don't know what you would get from it.
That's
I would
causing
imagine.
That's causing my brain to do an exe not responding.
Yeah, I'm just picturing loads of characters like sitting around a table swapping like amazing dialogue while an alien's just kind of hanging about in the background.
And gratuitous words, gratuitous use of the words that are not politically correct. So
yeah. I don't know if he'd be the guy that you'd want for an alien movie, but Zero Depressive says, imagine talking about the Terminator franchise and saying you don't like T2. Imagine that. Whoa. But
okay.
getting some heat there.
I'm sorry. I apologize. It's an okay movie. It's got lots of action in it. I just wasn't 100% sold on it.
Arthur P says Alien 3 was a crime to the series. Yep, no argument from me. $2 donation from Runs with Scissors. Thanks, man. Arthur P says Bill Paxton, the only actor to get killed by a Terminator, a Predator, and an alien. Yeah, and he did all of them spectacularly.
He sure as hell did. Come on, man, let's dance.
Yeah, want some candy? Oh man,
what the fuck are you?
I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night thinking about that.
Damn, that's such an awesome movie. Predator 2. If you don't like that movie, you're wrong. I'm just gonna put that out there.
I think I'm gonna do a review of it one day, like just asking, is it as bad as people made it out to be? Because I don't think it is. I think it's just because it was a departure from the first one, and you know.
So I go in for my physical, right? And the doctor says I need a stool, urine, and semen sample. I said, geez, doc, I'm in a big hurry. Can I just leave you my underwear?
Again, it's brilliant lines from Bill.
There you go.
Omega Uber Deathbot says, I was always confused that they had so much water on a ship. Great for the movie, bad for fuel costs. Must have really sucked for the actor in the suit. Yeah, I think that's from the actual colony. So when Newt falls down into the lower levels and she's like, yeah, she's going through water. I don't know why there is water there, but it does rain a lot. So yeah, I guess that's just their drainage system.
Yeah.
Metal Murderer. Crit, that SC about Thumb was Knife Game. The super chat about Thumb. Oh, okay, Knife Game. Okay. $2 for the Critical Drinker live link. Put it in a description or be a Brit. All right, I will put it in the description for this when I post it up. But if you just do a search for Critical Drinker live, you'll find it. Yeah, Omega Uber Deathbot says, my bad, that was Planet Side. Yeah, so I've just covered that, I guess. Runs with Scissors. I worked on the large city miniatures for Blade Runner 2049 in New Zealand. Models have made a comeback. Well, I'll take your word for that, man. That's really cool if that's the case, because I'd like to see more. Wow. Were they just doing it as homage to like the original Blade Runner, where it was all obviously scale models of buildings? I don't know. Or is it just a real trend in the industry? Either way, it's good. Metal Murderer remake of Alien will happen. Put me in your will, Dan.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah. Keep James Cameron alive forever so he can stop it from happening. Curtis D. Oxycodone and vodka. I am wasted today. Good man. That's what we want.
You're a brave man. Mix those two together. Jeez, you have a strong liver, my friend.
Metal Murderer, last donation. So much for my OT paying for new vacation vac. Not sure which one you meant to say, but yeah, I really appreciate the donations, man. You don't have to give me all of this. Let me just check to see if there's any more. This is where I have to wait for it to refresh. Come on, do it now.
Do it now. It kill me. I'm here.
Oh yeah, there's a few. Yeah, so Bilby Formula. What about Ripley and the Committee for the Liberation and Integration of Terrifying Organisms and their rehabilitation into society. CLITORIS. What could that spell out, I wonder?
I don't know what that spells, and I don't know.
You know what? Nice one, man. I don't know how long it took you to think that one up, but it was worth it to put it in that super chat. Thank you.
Okay.
Metal Murderer, they taught Ray to fly. Dan, you bigot. Oh,
No,
sorry, the gay taught Ray to fly.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
The big gay.
Yeah, I'm wrong. You're right.
Yeah, she can just do anything. It's fine.
Yeah.
Arthur P. If Ryan Johnson made aliens, it would be non-binaries with colorful hair trying to do stuff with aliens.
Dude, you need to go away and sit in your room and just think about what you just said. All right, don't even joke about that.
That's in my mind now. That image, I can't shake it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Shame on you.
Metal Murderer. Imagine a character, regardless of gender, making logical choices based off of personal experience. Real last donation. My friend is bitching. I'm not watching him. All right. Well, thank you for all your donations. In fact, this isn't your last donation because I can see you've made another one further up. Arthur P. Great fan, drinking heavily here. 6 turning, 4 burning. After this movie came out, a handful of armies wanted to develop a pulse rifle, but only South Korea was able to field one with the Daewoo K-11. The rest suffered from being overweight and too expensive. I hope that's true, man. Imagine that.
I will say, like, yeah, hands down, like even making the airsoft version of this stuff, like these airsoft weapons are made out of metal and plastic, but even then, this thing is heavy. Like this is not something that a infantryman would be able to carry around for hours on end. It is super heavy and it is not balanced. Like you stick a Remington 870 in the front of this gun, the whole thing wants to lean forward. It is, yeah, it looks cool as hell. Thank you, James Cameron. I will not argue with your industrial design, but yeah, it's heavy.
I guess in the context of like the actual movie, you could be like, well, it's maybe made out of weird composite materials that we've not invented yet, and so yeah, like their version would be lighter or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, to make a functional gun in our time period, yeah, like you're saying, it's obviously very heavy. Reagan, but seriously, you're such an inspiration. So glad I found your channel. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm glad you're enjoying my channel.
I agree with that assertion.
Thank you. Metal Murderer. Astartes did a great job. He needs to direct the show. This would be the 40K show. Yeah, I'd love to see it. William Castleman. One more non sequitur. What are your thoughts on the best and worst on-screen Jack Ryan representations? Personal favorite: Harrison Ford in Clear and Present Danger. Worst: Ben Affleck or The Office Jim. I quite like Alec Baldwin in Hunt for Red October. I thought he was a pretty decent Jack Ryan, but yeah, probably Harrison Ford is the best one. Didn't think Affleck was the right choice. And in terms of the new Jack Ryan TV show, I haven't seen it yet, and it's pissing me off because it's meant to be good, but yeah, I'll need to try and make time for it. Do you have a favorite Jack Ryan, Danquish?
To be quite honest, I remember seeing The Hunt for Red October in the theater, and because I'm unapologetic in the fact that my head is full of meat, I didn't quite care for it. It was a little bit too slow paced for me, so I didn't quite get into the character. I saw Patriot Games, and I remember enjoying it, but I didn't follow through with it all that much. Okay. So,
Arthur P. Favorite sci-fi movies: Aliens, The Wrath of Khan, and don't laugh, The Last Starfighter.
Oh, jeez. Holy shit, son! You called out The Last Starfighter? That man deserves.
You got it. Yeah. Yeah, I love Wrath of Khan as well. Definitely, hands down, my favorite Star Trek movie. And again, made 40 years ago probably, and they've still never equaled it, and that's kind of sad, really.
I agree.
Especially with the absolute garbage they're pumping out now.
I would have paid my liver to have the star car from The Last Starfighter. When Centauri pulls up with that thing and Alex gets in it and they drive off, and then it turns into a spaceship and drives off. That's awesome. So
I haven't seen the Last Starfighter since I was about 8 years old, so it's been a while for me for sure. I need to see it again.
That's quality movie right there.
Reagan Devar. Also, at risk of sounding like a twit, my name is pronounced Reagan Devar. That's yeah. Love the vids. Okay, I finally got it right then on my last attempt. Arthur P. Samuel L. Jackson in The Last Starfighter. Blast that mother effer.
Okay.
Archangel. Lance Henriksen almost made it to Bill Paxton status. Killed by a Terminator and a Predator. Survived being ripped in half by an alien because he was an android. Yeah, only to be shut down in the next movie. So I suppose ultimately she did kill him.
Mm-hmm.
And Mani's Mohagig, sorry about the name pronunciation, a Tarantino alien would make the using offensive word line actually happen. Well, yeah, they would use harsh language and it probably would be quite effective.
That's true.
Just let me, I think we're almost caught up and then that we'll probably call it, I would say. Let me just see if I've got any more here. Oh yeah, there's just a couple left. So Arthur Jackson says, I believe the reason the squad is so small is the Robert Heinlein influence, because they're BA. I've heard that Cameron had the whole cast read Starship Troopers to get that Marines in space feeling. Yeah. I think the difference is that in Starship Troopers, like in the actual book, they use like power armor, so they're almost like the Space Marines from 40K. These guys are obviously much more like just conventional infantry, but yeah, they're like, maybe they're just like an elite team, so like almost like Special Forces Marines or something. Metal Murderer, Jimothy Beam and Jackson Daniels tell me to give you dollars. Don't listen to them. Yeah, non-critical drinking made me a liar. And then the last two. For Bill Paxton fans, don't forget to check out his performance in Weird Science. Okay.
Good call.
And Big Daddy MRI, this is the final one. I've never asked you this, that's a lie, but please review The Expanse. Sorry to bug you again about this. No, not really. Get her done. I will absolutely get it reviewed. I just need to sit down and actually make the time to watch it. It's just there's so many seasons now to catch up on. But that is that. We've caught up on all the super chats, and I believe we're pretty much finished.
Well, I promise I will donate to you, Drinker, but I need to do a shameless super chat myself, actually, and say that we need a Critical Drinker review of Kung Fury. I'm just going to put that out right now.
Yeah, we were chatting about this, and you know, it's what you were saying. It's like half an hour long or something. It's just not exactly big.
Yeah, it's only 30 minutes, and you will not be able to breathe from start to finish. It is absolutely mind blowing.
I mean, is it kicking about on YouTube or?
Oh yeah, it's free. It's free on YouTube. Just look up Kung Fury, and it is life changing. And
okay.
And again, I make my pledge that if you don't like it, I will buy you a bottle of whatever it is that you want to drink. But
that's a dangerous offer, sir.
We stand. Both my wife and I stand behind this assertion that.
Cool.
As a fan of 80s movies, I think you would really, really appreciate it. It's life-changing.
No, I'll give it a go, man. I will definitely watch that. And yeah, I mean, if it's coming with that kind of recommendation, I can't see how I wouldn't like it, to be honest. So, no, it should be good. But what we'll do is we'll probably end the stream there, I guess. We've been going for, just over 4 hours. So it's a pretty decent length. But I mean, it's been awesome to talk about this movie tonight. Thank you to Danquish for coming on the stream this evening. It's been good fun. It's been good to reminisce about movies that we actually enjoy. And thanks to everyone else who's donated so kindly on the super chats and given us such good chat as we've gone through it all, and for making it a really entertaining experience. So thank you.
Thank you to all of you for joining us for this and for sharing in our passion of this movie. It really is the best sci-fi action movie of the 80s.
Cool, man. All right. Well, I'll round it out there then. So that really is all that we've got for today. So go away now.